Hello, hello. Happy Tuesday. I have no idea what I was doing last week. I have completely lost all context from my brain of what Tuesday was. I know we have been working towards red circuits. I know I was doing a bunch of YAFC stuff, and we can check the status of YAFC. I know we have Kevlar. Oh, we have plenty of Kevlar. All right, I like to see that. Have we made... Oh, and Aramid. Okay. Yeah, but that was like 2 weeks ago. What else have we been doing? What is down here? This is... Oh, this is the new sodium hydroxide loop. Right. I remember this, sort of. This is... Oh, this is Yotoi. That's for... Right, and we were having issues with this system not running consistently. Because we weren't getting cyanic acid running consistently, kind of back and forth from the ammonia. Does look like we now have lots of ammonia. So hopefully that means that the cyanic can keep up with it. And if I find where we're making cyanic acid... Oh yeah, this is just getting another train full now, which is almost certainly going to ammonia. Cool. So that seems like it's working. Science is paused again. We'll have to look into that and see what might or might not be wrong. Let's flip over to YAFC real quick and see if we can remember where we were working through this unified chips mess. So we've made some of the requirements here for some of these things. I think at the end I was looking at maybe making our circuit substrates and the things that we need for those. So like fiberboard is a thing that we need in substrate tier 1 as well as substrate tier 2. So I think that's what we were looking into, was getting fiberboard going. And then that's why we got like way out of the way on making sodium hydroxide. Right. I remember this now. So I guess this is what we need to work. Oh, right. And I was looking at raw fiber. I remember this. Did we actually end up building this whole thing? We did. We made fiberboard. Okay. Cool. I had completely forgotten. But that looks good then. In that case, I have no idea what my next planned step was. If we have fiberboard, I guess I was working on getting the basic components because inductors need to be upgraded, capacitors need to be upgraded, resistors need to be upgraded. Not how this works in the real world. We need to get kind of all of these things onto the rail network. And if we're going to have all of these things on the rail network, then we may as well migrate printed circuits to the rail network because we were having issues with with the old base, with the belt base kind of not being as reliable as we would like. So I think what that means is I want to continue that. I think we'll just start out on this, like, let's just get little factories set up for ceramic capacitors and air core inductors and high power resistors. Like, all of these are fairly small builds, and we can go from there. Thing that I need to do is I need to buy set fixed. No, not production, consumption. Set fixed consumption here to 0. Doesn't like that. Want this to take... There we go, the silicon, and that should push this up to a full... There we go. All right. This messes with some of our other ratios, but remember, we want to be building the things that are easy to build up to the scale for one chip shooter. And some of the things are going to be hard to build, and the silicon stuff is going to be, I think, our main limiting factor. And we'll only upgrade that after we get the better silicon wafer recipe, because this one stinks. But in the short term, just to get us to blue science, we will use the stinky silicon wafer recipe, but we're going to constrain like how much silicon we produce during the time that we're using that. I remember things. So, with that being the case, I think we should just start on the various circuit dependencies here at these scales that we need. So, like 8 machines making high power resistors, etc. And ceramic capacitors, air core inductors, all this stuff is... These are all just a few ingredients in, right? So, no issues there to jump on those. So the question is, where do we want to make circuit land? I feel like I want to get some new space where we're largely not going to be like in the way of other parts of the build. I wonder if we take off a fork like this way and we just build along here and call this circuits. I kind of like that plan. So let's make that the plan. What's the best way to get to the rails from here? Let's grab... Why do I have an oil derrick and an olefin plant in my requests? I have no memory of why I have an oil derrick and an olefin plant in my requests. What does FNEI say? Nope. It's not in FNEI. Yeah, I've completely forgotten why I was requesting those. But what we do need to get is a bunch of electronics factories. And if we check out what we're building here, we need 3 plus 2 is 5, plus 4 is... I should move this whole... Well, the problem is we need more... It's not just about moving the simple circuit boards to another tab. We have multiple other things that kind of need to get moved around. So I think I'm just going to have to go through and copy this in by hand instead of exporting the factory, which is annoying. 12, 14, 17 of those. Pressure pump, it looks like just 1. High pressure furnace is 2. Clay pit is 4. Two electric boilers and 2 automated factories. Okay. I think that's everything that we're going to need. I'm probably missing some things, but It's a good chunk of it. It does look like we're not making electronics factories, which I guess makes sense. We have not rebuilt circuits since the original circuit build. Let's see, is it under Pi High Tech? It is. Steam engines, fluid mining drills, and some other stuff. Okay. I do have fluid mining drills. One of those, and I need a bunch of copper. Looks like we also need some air core inductors for that. All right, that's about, well, half of what we need, which is enough to start some of the builds. In fact, I guess we could do everything except the high power resistors, and the high power resistors are just electronics factories. So yeah, let's go down and start working on all of the... Uh-oh. A train is stuck. Why is a train stuck? Don't love that. Well, that'll do it, but... How did that happen? This output's only... Eh? Alright, I have no idea how that happened. And I don't necessarily care. I'm gonna go fix it. I'm hopeful that was just like I rerouted some belts and some stuff got dropped on the ground and picked up again by the belt or whatever, which happens sometimes. And if that's all that happened, then it will be fine to just go fix it, and we're going in that direction anyway. But that is definitely a weird one. I am definitely unsure of what happened there. Oh, how many signals do I have? Like 50? Okay. Alright, I'm going to do one straight segment through here. And then we're immediately just going to start pointing downwards, I think. Because some of these are fairly small builds. And most of them are only going to have like one input and one output. So I think we can do... If we look at YAFC again. Yeah, like ceramic capacitors is just one input, one output. Air core inductors is one input, one output. Vacuum tubes, one input, one output, call it. Like, this is all less than 2 items a second. Even printed circuit substrate, one input, one output. Yeah. I didn't grab the PCB factories to be able to do this at one input, one output, but yeah. We don't need Formica for anything else? No. Okay. So yeah, I think I could just do like one... I mean, I could almost do one input, like, station for all of these things. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do all of these as, like, two input stations. Or, sorry, their own input station and their own output station. But we're just going to, like, pair them up. 2, 4, 6, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 stations. 5 on one side of the rails, 5 on the other. That's not really ideal. I'll think about it. I don't want to make these... I try not to make these, the forks too long, because I am aware of, you know, having too much traffic on them, making it difficult for trains to go in and out of the individual stations. So I do try to be careful about that. But let's just see if we make this 3 long, which I know is a long one. Usually I make them 2 long, and 2 is like just enough for 6 stations, 3 on each side. I don't remember if I can do 4 or 5 on each side with it this long. We will find out shortly. All right, and then we're gonna have solid drop-off stations along 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, look at that. 5. Okay. Beautiful. And we have vacuum tubes, air core inductors, ceramic capacitors, high power resistors, and printed circuit substrate. That is 5 things. We are probably going to run out of landfill. Oh, wow. Surprisingly, no. But yeah, these are 5 requester stations, so each of these will be for a different component of the circuits. And then we'll have... I'm really tempted, rather than doing the pickup stations on the other side here, especially because we got a bunch of water and crap here, if I go over like 1 segment and then down another 5 here, I could do the pickup stations here and have all of these basically just be like pass-throughs. And I think that's what I'm going to do. I've done that in only a couple of places in the base. I did that for glass here. You can see that glass goes from one over to the other. I did it for iron, where it goes from one over to the other. But it has worked well when I do it, and especially for larger builds, it does tend to be a little bit neater. But these builds aren't all that big, so maybe it is better just to route the outputs back to the other side of these stations. I'm not really sure. Okay, we do need a few more things. If I want to make the printed circuit substrates, I didn't add the items that I need for that to my requests. And I need more signals, and I need more landfill. So we're going to run right back up before we even start building things, and that way we can get all 5 of these done. Hopefully without having to go back up to the mall any more times. And let's see. Where am I? What am I looking for? Okay, we're up here. What are my other requests? I need a second vacuum pump, or pressure pump. And I need a wood processing unit. And I need 2 PCB factories, which we probably are not making. We are not. We'll get those into the mall as well. Probably near the circuit assembler if I can find where I put that. 2 PCB factories. And as always, when we don't have a building we need, we make it ourselves, as long as it's not too expensive. Well, that was almost too expensive, but we did manage to get it built. Wait, do these use electronics factories? Oh shoot, they do. Alright, well I just used 4 of my electronics factories. That is unfortunate. It looks like we're going to get up to 15 of these, which is very close to enough. So the bots might catch up to what we need. Man, making that many small parts by hand is not a fun flashback, let me tell you. Okay, what do we need here? A bunch of small parts, iron and copper. Alright, yep. That's not surprising. And we actually have a little bit of a buffer of small parts that we're never going to use. Because science is just not... Alright, we have 14, we have 15. This says there's 2 or 3 on the way. So we are going to get the last one as soon as the bots find me. Start going this way, because it's probably just got built, which means it's just been dispatched. There we go. Okay, that is all of the electronics factories we need. Not quite all the rail signals, not quite everything else, but I'd call that a pretty good place. Alright, let's go ahead and grab more landfill. Oop, I was going to say by hand, but there's dozens of it on the way right here. We are going to need a few hundred, so I probably should be driving down here by hand and just doing that. There we go. Alright, so I think now we have everything we're going to need to actually finish this build. And then after that is out of the way, solder, we're not going to make batteries yet. We're going to wait until we get a better tech, and then we'll do batteries on rails, because I think doing batteries with our current tech is just a bad investment when we already have batteries available elsewhere. So, I guess if we start from the top, we do vacuum tubes. The inputs for vacuum tubes are... what are they called? Carbon electrodes? Carbon, not called carbon. What are they called? Graphite. Iron plate. Copper plate and glass. Oh, I put a space in. Glass. Power. Okay, so vacuum tubes are, literally just all of those ingredients into electronics factories with a vacuum attached. That's easy enough. We do need to... Let's see, what's the most we need? 2 per second of iron plates. Okay, this is easy. Oh, and I think I accidentally turned off alt mode when I was alt tabbing. Yes, I did. Sorry about that. All right, there's copper and iron. And then right below that, we're going to have graphite and glass. And those go into 3 electronics factories. Well, 2.7, but who's counting? To make our vacuum tubes. Oh, that's totally equivalent, isn't it? Okay. 1, 2, 3. And then 1, 2. We look at these, 0.3 of each item. We might need one more long-handed inserter, or even one more short inserter now that I'm thinking about it. We'll see if we have bottlenecks, and if we do, we can add more inserters. We have plenty of space for more inserters here. And then our vacuum is easy enough to add. Oh, and our output. Our output is just one of these. Right. And then I guess up and over and to the output. And the vacuum pump is here, or pressure pump rather. There we go. And this is relatively expandable, right? If we need to, we can change our outputs here so that they obviously can push out a larger amount of the inputs, but it is not a huge deal to make this able to make quite a few more if necessary. Although I don't think it will be necessary, at least for vacuum tubes. Maybe. And how many vacuum tubes is this in total? 0.75. All right. So that's twice as many inserters as we need to move 0.75 items a second. 3 of these factories will actually go slightly faster than that. We technically only need 2 2/3 of them. But that is fine. All right, next is apparently air core inductors is what I've got on here. Also ceramic. Did I need to do anything differently with... No, not really. 0.83. I'm looking at the ratios. I'm going to combine the ceramic builds for air core inductors and ceramic capacitors, obviously. And I was trying to figure out if it would make sense to... Sorry, trying to figure out if I combined these, did we end up with only needing one electric boiler or needing fewer furnaces or anything? But no, the answer is no, not really. The answer is we need 2 of these guys and... yeah. I think we need all the stuff that we brought, all the boilers, all the clay pits, and all of the high-pressure furnaces. Okay. That is fine. So our input then for... air core inductors is... oops. We want copper, plate. I actually do want, like, I think 2 stacks of that. How much do we go through? Yeah, 3 a second. That's... I mean, it's not really significant, but whatever. The station has the capacity for it, so we'll request extra. All right, and that looks like those inserters keep up just fine with how much stuff they have to do. So I am not at all worried about it. Should I be worried about a single blue inserter for 2.13? That's right on the cusp of 1 blue inserter for the iron, actually. I maybe should have made space to do 2. You know what? Let's do that. Easy enough to fix. I say easy enough to fix. We're going to have to do a little bit of adjusting here. Oh, nope. Yes, that there. There we go. Now I can see what I'm doing. What a concept. Yeah, that looks fine. And that way, we know for sure we're keeping up on iron. And it does look like every once in a while the second one was running, so I think 1 was not quite enough, which is what I expected. But 1 should be enough for everything else. We're at 0.8 or something like that. Beautiful, lots of trains on the way here. So, we actually need to do kind of 2 different things. So we have our 3 copper a second, which is really easy. Bam, 3 copper a second. And this needs to get turned into copper wire for the... copper wire for the inductors. And then we got to push the coke out a different way and make all of our clay from the coke, because we're going to have to split our ceramic between between air core inductors and the ceramic capacitors. All right. So that is a whole bunch of copper cable out. That feeds into it's 1.55 automated factories and 1.55 electronics factories. Wait a second. You know what that means? They're ratioed. And when things are ratioed, we get to do this. All right. And of course, I forgot to filter these. And then the other thing that these will need is they'll need coming in. This will be the ceramic. And then coming out, this will be the inductors. Okay, and how many inductors are we making? 1.55 per second. We'll just do 2 of those guys. That'll be enough. Now, the other thing we have to do is get coke out, which is only like 0.7 per second or something. It's a small number. So we'll just do this, and this will be more than enough. You know what? I changed my mind. Let's not do the coke on this one. We'll do the coke on the next one. And that's... I don't think it's a big deal for how much stuff we're actually, like, producing here, because these are all fairly small factories, and we're only dealing with 1 or 2 things per second. But, if we're looking at FC here, we can see air core inductors have 3 copper a second, whereas ceramic capacitors are only 1.5 tin per second. So running the coke through the ceramic capacitor station instead of the air core inductor station just balances the stations a little bit better. All right, so we got to get... I should have left this because we do still need to build the ceramic for the air core inductors. Okay. Yeah, let's get our ceramic build going, and then we'll have the ceramic capacitors done as well. That is going to be ceramic in. So down here, if we do... go up, we'll do ceramic, I don't know, over here somewhere, and then we'll take the tin out. Ceramic capacitors are 4 factories with just tin plates, and okay. Yeah. So if we take out our tin, just like here. Actually, we may as well make them blue. It does not matter for these purposes. So that'll come over, and then we will have, I said 4 of these. There we go. And then we'll need to bring in... Oh, it's hardly any at all. And then just as above, we need to bring in the ceramic as well. And then we will have our outputs. And that's the only issue right here, is we have this like crisscrossing path, which I don't love. So I think what we're going to do is we'll actually pull the ceramic out this way. Or sorry, the coke for the ceramic out this way. Oh, all right, that's working. I was like, it's been off for quite a while, but it did just turn back on. Okay, so now this comes out here where we can do our actual ceramic processing. And this actually needs to be like that, because we're going to have the clay coming in on this side. Then output of this goes up. It's going to get split, and half of it comes down here. Half of it comes out here. All right, and then that is 4 clay pits, which, do clay pits have a poop chute? They do, excellent. Oh, and they have a pass-through for steam, double excellent. They do need power, though, which is whatever. All right, and then we need 2... steam boilers, which also have a pass-through for steam. All right, there we go. That should turn all these guys on and get the ceramic running. And then just as above, for the other ingredients, we need our output. And how many capacitors are we making? 2.25 per second. That's actually a lot. Well, relative to the other things. What did I mess up? Oh, we need... There we go. So that just leaves high-powered resistors. Oh, and then the actual printed circuit substrate. Do we not have tin? Uh-oh. We don't have tin. What's wrong? Oh, tailings are backed up. Didn't I recently fix a thing where tailings were backed up? I mean, these things are trying to run. Okay. This might fix itself over time. I'm not completely convinced that it will fix itself over time. But it does seem like this is slowly trying to empty itself and run again. We've got this going. Yeah, it does seem like we're getting our full belt of throughput from that. I think these things are just still, still catching up on the fact that this is running again, which may mean that our... I thought I made a thing somewhere that was a sink for coal dust. Oh. Oh. How about that? Maybe now it'll actually use all of this ash that this station made. Okay, that was the problem. Missing signal here. So this was set up to go to the void, but it was never actually being a provider station, which means that this has been backed up. All right, and that's why tailings backed up again. Cool. I love it when stuff like that is broken. So that will take care of itself, but it could be a little while before we get tin, is really my point here. I mean, it does look like we are starting to get these guys. We should be starting to get these guys. Cool, 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 cool. And then this will run whenever it has the opportunity to run. So this is going to be resistors. Okay. Specifically high power resistors. Which does need tin. Unfortunately. All right. And then... yeah, this is... There we go. This is going to be tin plate, glass, Coke, and more Coke. All right, and on the input of these, it is, oh yeah, just such small numbers of everything. The output is 0.6 a second, which is actually a yellow inserter. Perfect. Don't need that one. And how many resistors are we making? 4.5 per second. All right. So this will be resistors once this can get everything it needs. I could probably throw, I think, one more clay pit. I'm actually just going to do that. This is overkill. This is not needed for the scale that we're officially building at. But because I know that some of our things aren't quite ratioed, and like, this will run more efficiently than... Or sorry, this can potentially pull more of the... What am I trying to say? One more time. This, because we're scaled for 1.5 of these factories, 2 of them like this can pull a little bit more ceramic, and because I combined the factories, I want to make sure that we're not under providing ceramic to this. So I want to make sure that we have enough. And then this is, yeah, we're going to have to wait for tin for this one to actually fire up. So that just leaves the printed circuit substrate, which brings in... let's see. The wood processing unit on this can actually come straight off of there. Because this is going to make the Formica out of melamine and fiberboard, and that's just like a few inserters. And then that comes out here. And on the other side of this belt will come the copper plates out of here. Oh, but it is at o'clock. So we'll finish this build when we get back from the ad. See everyone in just a couple minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are just wrapping up the... There we go. Wrapping up making the printed circuit substrate, which is the last input. That is 1.4 items. That's easy. That is just 2 inserters. And then a little bit of vacuum. Which is a pressure pump. I think right there. Yep, there we go. So, we're still waiting for tin. I did look at tin during the break, and it looks like it's turning back on. We are processing tailings again. So that is good to see. And the next thing that I think we're missing here... Yeah, this will get fiberboard and copper, but we're not making melamine resin, I don't think, yet. Yeah, we're not making melamine resin. So we need to go ahead and add some amount of melamine resin production to our rails. It looks like I do already have that in YAFC, which is fantastic. Formaldehyde, urea, and melamine to melamine resin. It looks like we need, this says 1.2 fluidized bed reactors. We'll do 2 of them, no problem. So let's clear all of this stuff out. Oh, sorry. Nope, that's not what I want to request. That's what I want to request. Oh, and I should do the output of the PCB factories too. That would be helpful. All right. And plug this in. There we go. I think that is the whole of the... I think that should be one of those. Because there's not enough space here for a train to wait. Not that it really matters in this setup, but... Whoa, my trains are sad. Is that just because we're using them all? Guess it's just because we're using them all. Wow, okay. On this side too, I assume. Yeah, there's some trains in the depots, but not a great number of them. Oh, and they all went away. And then a few came back. Copper ore. Interesting. Alright. We might need to make some more trains. That could very well be a problem right now. How's the degraded circuits doing? It's running. We're doing alright. Okay. Let's grab these, the fluidized bed reactors that we want. And then we will find a place to do melamine resin. Yep. Okay, we probably do need more trains. That's the vibe I'm getting, is that we need more trains. What'll it take to make a couple more locomotives? Duralumin and titanium. That wasn't what I meant to grab. Alright, that's 5 more trains. Oh, I'm making small parts. And we're just waiting for the fluidized bed reactors to make their way to me. Oh no, I see the bots going the other way. That means their battery died and they're scattering to charge. I'm right here. I'm right here, buddy. Alright, well, we got both of them. That's good. So, for making the melamine resin, we need to bring in melamine itself, urea, and formaldehyde. How much formaldehyde are we making right now? Wait, do we not make formaldehyde at all on rails currently? Surely that can't be true. Apparently it's true. Okay, we don't make formaldehyde. What are our options? So there's this refined natural gas to formaldehyde recipe. Or methane and copper plate. Okay, those are the options. And if we go... Oh, I put formaldehyde in things that I need to make. It's in YAFC as a build that I need to do. I didn't even realize. Okay. So we're going to scale this up, obviously. We'll do this to the scale of, like, 1 fluidized bed reactor or something. Making formaldehyde. So... I'm gonna make formaldehyde with this guy. Wait, why is it high pressure furnace? That's not what I have in here. Oh, because I'm using the molybdenum recipe. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. We'll use the molybdenum recipe. Although 5 copper plate versus 3 molybdenum ore. Oh, but it's doubled. Still. We're going to make 200 a second here, and we're going to compare these. Yeah, it actually thinks this one is cheaper. And I tend to agree. But that's fine. We'll do both of these at scale. So 3 molybdenum ore, or 10 and 50 oxygen, or 10 copper plate. Oh, and it is a lot more methane, though. But, like, that's fine. It's fine if it's a lot more methane. How much do we need, according to this? 17 a second? Okay. So if we do 25 a second, because that's our ratio. Like, yeah, that's 2.5 copper plate, which is, I mean, a lot, but it's also Yeah, there we go. 2 copper ore. Doing it this way. Or 0.75 molybdenum ore per second, plus oxygen. Oxygen is free. Although we do need some oxygen in processing the copper, but like... I feel like on balance, this is a better recipe. I mean, molybdenum mining needs drill heads, but such a small number of them. Yeah, let's do this one. We'll just do this recipe doing, yeah, that's fine. So the methane we're going to make on site. We'll bring in fertilizer. We're going to use Moondrop Mark 1s because I still haven't set up Moondrop Mark 2s, but that's okay because it's still only half a Moondrop greenhouse. And then Moondrop seeds. And Moondrops themselves. I don't think I need even the tier 2 recipe. I think the tier 1 is enough for the scale. Yeah. Cool. In that case, do we even really need the fertilizer recipe for methane, or do we just use the basic one? Yeah, that's fine. That's only 7 Moondrop greenhouses. That's not a huge build. There's no sense bringing in more complexity. Like, this is fine. And then CO2 we get from CO2 drops. There. So that's another 1 Moondrop greenhouse. Water we pump. Oxygen we bring in. Molybdenum we bring in. So here we go. If I was going to do this at a bigger scale, then we'd want Moondrop upgrades or something. But for just this, I think this is fine. So let's get our shopping list. And let's go do the formaldehyde build. Alright, they'll bring all that stuff to me. Oh wow, we have that many Moondrops. I'm surprised. Usually I have to grab Moondrops separately. Alright, we're just waiting for the botanical nursery. And then what's our input on this? Oxygen and molybdenum ore, huh? Where's our molybdenum? Don't remember which molybdenum patch I had. This one. Alright. So we could do that pretty much anywhere we want. Maybe we do just do it down here, though. And that way it's near where we're going to do melamine resin. Because we may as well do melamine resin down there, too. Just do formaldehyde and melamine resin right next to each other. Yeah. And then we can direct wire in the formaldehyde, but also pass along some to rails. So we'll do both, right? We'll use what we need locally and then output it. That just keeps the build a little bit simpler down here, and yes, they're a little bit coupled, but it's not a huge deal if that is the case. So what do we got going? These are running fine. Yeah. These guys have started. We got our tin. Excellent. This has not gotten its tin yet. That should be soon. And then this needs melamine resin, which we need to make the formaldehyde for. Actually, that one can go away entirely. All right, so as far as the formaldehyde, we need a solid input, a fluid input, and a fluid output, so that's 3 stations. And then the melamine resin itself needs another solid input plus its solid output. So that's a total of 5 stations. So that sounds like... This is a little close here, isn't it? Oh, and we come right through there. Yeah, that's not going to work. Let's do a straight through here. And then we'll take another trumpet down. And that just gives us a little bit more room to work. We can still build something here if we need to. It'll just have to be something small. And then, let's see, we'll do the formaldehyde first. Clean some of this out, just so I can see what I'm doing. Let's see, fluid drop-off we'll start with. This is just going to request oxygen. And the other thing we need to bring in is molybdenum ore, which is a solid drop-off. That looks about right. Grab our... Turn all that off. Fluidized bed reactors here. We only need... Here. Let's do like this. This is way overkill for how much molybdenum ore is actually going to come into this, so I'm not even worried about it. We're going to have the first one. This is making Nope. Am I losing my mind? Oh, have I not researched this recipe yet? Aha, it's in electronics itself. Okay. So we're a few steps away from actually having this new formaldehyde recipe. That's fine. We won't. Here, let's get into factory planner. We'll take formaldehyde. We'll produce it with this recipe. Now I can add to cursor. There we go. And this way I can just get the... So we have oxygen in, methane in, and formaldehyde out. And I forgot to power this requester. That's fine. All right, so that's oxygen in, the methane in. Will have to come from... do it up here. We have 3 moondrop greenhouses doing methane. 1, 2, 3. And just 1 greenhouse for the CO2 drops. Which I shouldn't do. No, that's fine. That's fine to be there. Really? Really, moondrops? Oh, and these also need water in. What a pain. Okay. Forgot about that. So that's what that's going to look like. And then we're going to have coming along here. Seeds. That'll be seeds in. And we also need 4 moondrop greenhouses doing actual moondrops. Who'd have thought? Gonna be something like that. Oh, nope, actually these ones can just be... Oh, actually, look at that. If we do that, then we can actually just run the seeds right through here. Cool. So that'll be the seeds in. And then here we need to have moondrops out and into a tentacle nursery. Making moondrop seeds. Okay. So this outputs whatever. 1 point, call it 2 items a second. So that's one of those. But some of those items are moondrops themselves. Those need to be priority merged in. Separately from those ones. Okay. Love it, love it, love it. And I think that's pretty much it. 1 moondrop a second in. Prefer your own moondrops before... Yeah. Alright, we're going to make CO2. We still need to hook up water, because water right now is just kind of daisy-chained through these. And I actually think I want to go up the other way. Excellent. And as always, when I do a moondrop build, I forgot to grab some moondrops to actually bootstrap it. Sigh. But that's okay. This doesn't actually need to start right away, so I'm not worried. As long as all the water's hooked up. Yeah, I think we'll be fine. I just have to, like, drop a stack of moondrops in here and it'll start itself up. And that should be all we need for the formaldehyde itself. To come out. Over here. And then I'm gonna do a fluid pickup station. There. All right, so that'll be formaldehyde out. And then the rest of the formaldehyde needs to go into making melamine resin, which is another pickup or another drop-off station, and then a couple of fluidized bed reactors into another pickup station. Let's see, how do I want to do this? Do the drop-off station here. I don't think it really matters where we do it, but... This is going to request melamine itself. And urea. And then we need 5 melamine and a little over, well, 4.8 melamine. There we go. That's our recipe. Recipe ratio. Melamine and urea. That needs to come down here alongside this. To where we're actually going to do the production. Oh, I need to take one of these away. Because we do actually need 2 of these for this part of this build. All right, and this needs to bring in, ouch, 5 items a second. That is, that is actually hard to manage. Even with, yeah, I think we're gonna want to bring in the formaldehyde on this side. That way we can get one more those guys, and then our 2 per second output right there. Then solid pickup station. Cool. So this will work. I need to get some moondrops to turn this on, but it's all going to stall at the actual formaldehyde until I build... until I research the tech for that, and that's fine. That's getting melamine, and probably urea is still... an issue. Yeah, kind of. Did I swap over where I'm making ammonia from urea? Is this a low priority source? It's not. I should swap that over so that we prefer to pull ammonia from this process. Yeah, because this is backed up now. Excellent. The loop has looped enough times. We have lots of ammonia. So yeah, I think I want to set this to low priority. This is the, like, emergency ammonia. Oh, nope, not here, though. That priority is normal. It's the output that needs to be set as... Oh, I already did. Cool. So it'll take a little while for this to, like, buffer or whatever, but in general, we should prefer to pull ammonia from volar synthesis, right? So... Cool. A lot of delivery. Oh, I never actually put down those rails that I gathered. Maybe I should do that. I think I also need to put down a radar, which I might not have. Do I not have a radar? I don't have a radar. Alright, so this is gathering heaps and heaps of melamine resin. It's purely just an exercise in buffering at the moment, and it will eventually probably get some urea. It'll figure it out. This can't run until we get the right recipe. But I think that means that we can call melamine resin quote-unquote done. And, let's see. To do the actual circuit build, I can do it right here, can't I? I don't have a chip shooter in my inventory. Can I make one? No, not easily. Oh, and those are a pain to make because they need the printed circuit substrate, which I'm sure that I'm not, like, exporting anywhere. Okay. I'll have to think about that. Where is this train stuck? Why is a train stuck? Here? Oh. Wow. Why is this the way it is? Oh, I remember, because I screwed up and I had passed through a bunch of... Yes. I had passed through a bunch of coal dust, and I had to cleanse this. That's why it wasn't hooked up to rails. Ugh, okay. Let's go up and drop those inserters there. This can all go away now. Cool. So this sink has still been broken this whole time, even though I thought I fixed it. Alright, well, that's going to take quite a bit of time to empty itself out again. So as far as the circuit build, which is what we've been trying to work on this whole time, I think we're basically done with basic circuits. We need a chip shooter, but that's not difficult. And the main reason we wanted all the intermediates is, like, yes, we want to move away from the belt spaghetti eventually because it keeps breaking. It's gonna say, it's, oh look, it's not running right now. And it does look like batteries might be a little screwy. I don't love that. They're all running, though. I have concerns. But I do think we've got... Certainly we have the printed circuit substrate that I need to make the chip shooter, but I'm not in a... Science has stopped again. Why is science stopped again? Hoping this is just the usual, like, pulsing of us missing a pack. Green science again. Green science has halted again. Oh... We don't have Sarkarus. We don't have plasmids? Because we don't have what? Glassware. Oh dear. How did I break glass again? Glass looks like it's running. It concerns me that glass just looks like it's running. Oh, no. I mean, there's not enough molten glass. Okay, that's fine. We've got too much stuff running all at once. Sure. But that shouldn't cause, like... huge failures across the board. Maybe it will. But, like, this seems like glassware hasn't been running for a while. So I'm worried that glass has been stopped, and I don't know why. That is my concern right now. Possibly it was tailings processing, like glass needs fuels, and fuels need tailings processing, right? This all looks like it's running okay. I mean, obviously, I'd prefer to see more pure sand backed up in here, buffered, but, like... not atrocious. Yeah. Yeah, we had a huge spike in consumption. And that probably is associated with, like, something else spiking in production, right? I mean, we can see plasmids spiked. But yeah, the system just, like, sucked down 60,000 glassware all at once. No wonder we're having issues. And then it seems like it sucked down a lot of other things at the same time. Ooh, and we have... I think this is an expected part of how this works. Yes, it is. It's okay for there to be some biocrud on this belt. This belt filters. Because this is only like 2 petri dishes a second. So we do rely on... yeah, and some of these should be starting to turn off. Not quite. Some of the ones up here have, though. Right? Glassware less than 100. Oh, there's only 6. Let's try at the bottom. Yeah, 100 glassware there, so this is disabled by control behavior. Cool. So these are starting to turn off, which is what we want to see, and then, yeah, the empty petri dishes will back up. Oh, and we're out of pure sand again. Why has this not been dispatched yet? Maybe this is just the issue of we don't have enough trains. That could very well be, and this is just still loading. Yeah, okay, that's fine. That could very well be the issue, is the we don't have enough trains issue. Oh, I never did build the trains that I made the parts for, did I? I didn't. All right. Let's head down to one of the rail depots and build this train just to get it out of my inventory and into circulation. All right, that's 5 more trains. Hopefully that helps a little bit. We probably need more than that, and it's probably time to start thinking about a 3rd depot because I really can't expand those depots anymore. Yeah, my trains are going wild, which is cool. This is exactly how I wanted this base to be, like being able to stand around and see like a bunch of trains whizzing through some of these central intersections. That's why we're doing 1x1 trains. That's why it's so spread out. Like that is the intended aesthetic. So it's fun to see it like actually happening and working right. Unfortunately, with science completely stalled on glassware, we're going to have a bad time. Although this will give time for primers to catch up a little bit. What's this waiting for? Oh, look, glassware. Yep. All right, that's bad. That's really bad that glassware's been that broken for that long. Glassware up here, too. Yeah, that really worries me. But these should all be starting to, yeah, accumulate. And as this fills up, the petri dishes are dangerously close to turning off. Optical sets are going to take a little while before they turn off. Glass panes are pretty full. And we might need one more glassware factory as well. Like, that could be part of the issue, is that there's just too much demand for glassware compared to, like, what one of these can do. But obviously, when the whole glass system is overloaded like this, and it's not getting enough pure sand coming in because the rail system is overloaded, that makes the situation significantly worse, right? So, how's this doing? Almost done. Cool. But that means, yeah, this is draining, which is just what I want to see. Okay. I think this coal dust void is finally working as intended. Science is gonna be stalled for a little while, and there's nothing I can do about that. So I think... let's go back to YAFC here and look at what we've got sort of built, start cleaning things up. We did the melamine resin build, even though formaldehyde isn't turned on yet, so we can untick that. Oh, I was talking about centralizing tinned cable, wasn't I? Yes, I was. Because then I can switch it over to the casting recipe when I unlock the casting recipe. Alright, looking at all of this, it looks like one of the things that we are going to need a significant amount of is the etching solution. Oh, formaldehyde is done. And this is something that I think we can... Well, no, we don't have peroxide yet, nor do we have anywhere near enough phosphoric acid. That's right. I remember looking into some of these things. Bisphenol A and another melamine recipe. Another nylon recipe. So, phenol is something we might want to make more of, in theory. And then, let's see. We need heaps of boric acid, which we're using for, I don't know what. Here we go. Electrolytic capacitors and medium power resistors both use the boric acid. Okay. We need a bunch of etching solution, and for that we need, yeah, a bunch of phosphoric acid and a bunch of hydrogen peroxide. Hydrogen peroxide is not something that we're really making right now. It's something we should be making, though. Yeah, naphthalene and the vanadium pentoxide that we started making. We're also going to need this for the spent Nexolite batteries. Okay. And future other things. Is that the only way to make the Nexolite batteries? Those are going to show up as a dependency in something soon. By the way. Yeah, Battery Tech 2 gives us spent Nexolite batteries and this recharged Nexolite battery, which is awful. Machine components stage 2. Something in here want Nexolite batteries? Yeah, control panel Mark IIs want Nexolite batteries. So that's going to be... So we do want more anthraquinone than we necessarily have... than we necessarily need just for this build. But it looks like we could just do like one reformer to turn these two things into anthraquinone, and then one filter to turn these two things into hydrogen peroxide, right? So I think it's fine to just grab one of each of those and just throw them up on a couple of rail stations, and we'll spit out however much excess anthraquinone and hydrogen peroxide we have from doing this. And then the other thing is the phosphoric acid, which I know we were looking at. Our current build makes... What are we doing with it? Is this our current build, or is this twice our current build? Oh, this is 3 phosphate mines. Okay. So this is quite a bit larger than the current build, but I think I decided that it could be... Oh, that's right. I was looking at the pure sand recipe. Last week's stuff is starting to return to my brain a little bit. So yeah, oh, and this is why I had the crude oil thing, because I was looking at turning the fluorine gas into olefins and naphtha, because we wanted to unblock our phosphoric and phosphorus, our phosphine gas and our phosphoric acid, right? Okay, I remember this now. So this is a thing that we need to get going on, is getting this scaled up to sort of, I guess, this level. But it is time for another ad, so I'm going to go ahead and let the ad run, and when we come back, we can try to figure out how far I got with this, and we'll go for there. All right, welcome back. So yeah, looking at the map, looking at our phosphoric acid build, this is currently half the scale of what I have in YAFC, and also we're totally full on hydrofluoric acid. So we never like got this fixed last time, and we're gonna have to figure out how to expand. expand a little bit of this as well, which I don't think is going to be too much of a hassle. Getting up to, yeah, I don't think it'll be too much of a hassle to shuffle some things around. Doubling this won't be too bad. Doubling this one could be a little bit of a... We have room to work there. Doubling these guys is... We have space, we just need to move some things around. So yeah, that'll be... the plan there. And then... Yeah, we need to double this one as well. That's not too bad. And in the interim, we do also... We need to find more phosphate rocks, because I think there's only one that we're using right now, which is this one. And the new... Yeah, we're going to need 3 of them in total, it looks like. So we will need to get a couple more of these mines set up and running to get phosphate rock delivered at the rate we need it. But this is buffered a little bit, so short term, that's okay. And, like, they're everywhere, right? So... Oh, that's the one I'm using. You know, there's one here. Can I get that to a train station? Yeah, maybe, probably. So there's options. We can figure things out and get a couple more rocks onto the network. Here's one. We can definitely get that one onto rails, like right here. So yeah, that part is fine. I think it's the rest of it that's going to be... So we need to figure out the processing of the hydrofluoric... Yeah, hydrofluoric acid into... I mean, I think I decided this crude oil to olefins to naphtha. So what we want is we want to be getting crude oil set up and go from there. We do need more olefins. Was it for... Not for lubricant. I thought there was something in here that needed... Maybe it was an alternate? Yeah, there's the other lubricant recipe. This one. And this looks like I have this set to just make all of the olefins it needs from CO2 and hydrogen. But we can definitely do some of those from... the crude oil processing that we need to improve to expand our phosphoric acid from this build here. It's not going to be like a hugely fast build, but it'll be a little bit of stuff. So let's get this part done first. Well, 2 things. 1, we need crude oil. 2, we need this build. So crude oil is going to be part of a bitumen seep with a small oil derrick. Yeah. So that explains why I had this oil derrick requested, and the olefin plant requested. The things that I wasn't sure why I had requests for them at the start of the stream, I have finally figured out why I have requests for them. And we're also going to need an electrolyzer. And that will turn... yeah. And the other thing we need to do is we need to find a good bitumen seep, which we have lots of around. We just have to pick a good one that we think we want to build a an oil gas derrick near. Did I just say oil gas? That we want to build an oil derrick near. This one's not bad. That'll get us crude. So yeah, we'll do it up here. We can get our rails hooked up here, no problem. We're just waiting for this electrolyzer. And then we can get those builds set up. I'm honestly not sure if it's even worth... it probably is worth putting the crude on rails separately. Like... because we're going to have plenty of crude oil available, so... and we'll likely need to process it into other things. So I don't want to just hook that small oil derrick directly to the... I don't want to just hook it directly to the build for processing the hydrofluoric. I want it available on rails for other things. Have I gotten that electrolyzer yet? I have. Thank you, bots. And I need to take some time, that volcanic pipe diamond mine. Wonder when that is in the tech tree. Where's our... there it is. Ah. And a big copper rock that's going to be kind of in my way, but not too terribly. We do need to bring in drilling fluid. Just a tank load of it, though, not heaps and heaps. And then the output of that will need to come over to a fluid pickup. That will be crude oil. Yay. All right, and we do have a train going to get the drilling fluid. That's fine. So the other side of this, we're going to have... Ooh, this has a bunch of fluids that it outputs, so we might need another set of stations here, and actually I think that's what I'm going to do. Let's just do that now. Oh no! Volcanic pipe, why do you hate me? There we go. I could probably have done that a little bit less. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe we really can't do it much better than that. All right, and this is just going to give us the extra stations we need, because if we look at our outputs here of this processing, we need to bring in sodium hydroxide and nickel plate. That's fine. But we're going to be outputting 3 different things, so that's already 3 output stations, plus we have our additional inputs for the, well, hydrofluoric and crude, and the nickel and sodium hydroxide, so that's 5 stations total. So it'll just be easier to do it down here instead of up there. I was gonna do them connected, but no longer. Oh, this needs power. All right, that's going to start drilling. Let's get ourselves fluid drop off here again. So this is going to bring in crude oil, and it's going to bring in hydrofluoric acid. Just want to double check. The fluorine gas itself. Oh, we're going to need for uranium hexafluoride. Okay. So we do want to output the fluorine. And I'm sure we're going to use a ton of fluorine when we do that. All right. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to do this as 2 different setups. We're going to do one that is hydrofluoric acid and sodium hydroxide, 2 hydrogen and fluorine gas, and then we're going to do another one, which is fluorine gas and nickel plate and crude oil to olefins and naphtha. And that way, we're going to have both of these set up as one's going to be a hydrofluoric void and one's going to be a fluorine void. So let's set up the hydrofluoric void. It's 4 stations. Yeah, and we've got 4 stations here. Okay. So let's do this one first. So this is going to request... One, this is going to be in the void network. Ooh, and do I have this set up as wanting to be voidable? I don't. Okay. We need to add void logic to this station. Let's add that to the to-do list, actually. Void logic for HF in phosphoric. Beautiful. But this is going to be a void, and we're going to request... hydro... That how you spell fluoride? I guess it is. Yeah. Weird. Okay. All right. So this is going to be the void for the hydrofluoric. And then we also need to request a solid drop-off. This just wants sodium hydroxide. And yeah, we're gonna have two outputs. That's fine. This is normal priority station. That's fine. And then we're gonna have two fluid pickup stations here. Here. And this is going to be the processed output of our fluorine. Okay. So we're just going to have the one electrolyzer. It lives like right here. Doing fluorine from HF. Beautiful. So that's HF in. We have F out. And we will also have H out. Both of these outputs are, because they're the outputs of a void, they both need to be marked as high priority. Beautiful. Okay. So this will void hydrofluoric acid down to fluorine and hydrogen. And those are both now high priority outputs. And then down here, we want to turn fluorine and a little bit of crude oil into olefins and naphtha. And we actually... Here, let's get rid of all this. We want separate drop-off stations for the fluorine and the for the fluorine and the oil, because the fluorine needs to be, again, we need void logic here for the fluorine. Let me find a place where I have a fluid void logic and see if I can... Here we go. Also high priority, in addition to being something that needs void. And fluorine gas instead of... yeah, okay. So this way, this will void the fluorine when it needs to be voided, when it overfills. I don't think we have a hydrogen void, so there's nothing I can do about that. This will pull just truly bonkers amounts of sodium hydroxide per second, so whatever. Even those 12 inserters I don't think is quite enough to actually run this full speed, but that's fine. This one building will do all of the fluorine electrolysis that I will ever need. All right, and down here, this station is a void, and this station requests fluorine. And then we have another fluid drop-off next to it, and that's just because of priority things. I could do per material priorities, but I never quite... I've messed those up before. Let's put it that way. So this is a normal priority, requesting crude oil. And this is on the normal network. So then we have both of those coming out into our olefin plant. Oh, with the nickel plate. We need nickel plate as well. Solid drop-off station. There we go. And this just needs the nickel plate. .2 per second, not a big deal, just one inserter. Okay. So both of these... go. And this one... And then we'll have 2 fluid pickup stations here. Oh, I'm running out of tanks. That's always a great sign. And one more of those here. Alright, I think that's everything for all of this. We need to go add the void logic to the actual... We need to add the void logic to the actual hydrofluoric acid production spot, and we need to come back with a full inventory for all of our normal except hydrofluoric acid. There we go. Oh, I'm out of constant combinators. That should basically never happen. There we go. So that is now the void logic here, which means I think this should get, yeah, this will get dispatched. We have a train that's turning around to come back over here. That'll get dropped off here. Run through this, which I think is ready to go. So that'll start pumping out fluorine and hydrogen. And then I need to go fill up my inventory again from the mall, and then we can go back up and let the rest of those things that we've blueprinted build out. Solid side quest, 10 out of 10. We are going to need to expand our phosphoric acid build, I think. Just looking at... YAFC. Oh, and these need to both be marked as high priority as well, because those are outputs from a void. I messed this up? Is this not actually connected? Oh, that's not actually connected. Ruh-roh. Okay. I think I got enough stuff to go let those builds to go fix the thing that broke and get the rest of those builds built. The bots will happily spend quite a bit more time trying to fill up my inventory, but that's not the highest priority thing in the whole wide world right now. So, pump. And down here, both of these outputs need to be marked as high priority. That's fine. Crude oil, we're just waiting for our oil to pop up here. All right, but this is certainly going to, yeah, at least be able to process all of the hydrofluoric acid that has currently accumulated at the phosphorus build. I think that is going to be able to do that, which is at least enough to let phosphoric acid unbrick itself and move forward. Or should be. We're probably waiting for phosphine gas to buffer. We are. Yep, that's fine. Because this wasn't a station before, I added this to this build last session. Because we need phosphine for part of circuit production? Yes, for part of circuit production. All right. I'm assuming that we're still completely broken in glass situations. Yeah, that does appear to be the case. And it looks like we just got another delivery of pure sand, but... yeah, we need more pure sand. And I was looking at... we go back into YAFC and the phosphoric acid. I was looking last week at this pure sand recipe from sponges. It needs a lot of saline water, which, like, yeah, is expensive, but it does a 2-to-1 conversion of sand to pure sand without all the byproducts that our other pure sand processing gives us. And I just don't... well, there's this recipe, which gives us muddy sludge to deal with, right? And, like... usually this is how I try to deal with that, but then we get soil as a byproduct, and... I mean, soil to... part of it also is how do we get, like, sand itself the best way? Because obviously we have sand... we have this soil to sand recipe, which is what gives us a bunch of the weird byproducts, and this is what we're seeing in our current pure sand build. There's this one, which is worse. And then there's, like, crushing, right? Gravel down to sand, and then there's various sand as byproducts. Which, right now, I think all of the sand that we make as byproducts is being pushed into... where is it? Here? Maybe? I'm not actually sure. Does this request sand? No, this doesn't request sand. Yeah, I'm actually not sure where we're pushing... where we're pushing sand to in that case. Have to figure that out at some point. Like, what are things that consume sand? Concrete. Oh, sand castings. Okay, we use them there. Maybe this recipe? I don't remember. Drilling fluid, definitely. Not this one. It wouldn't be our sink. And then we're at, oh, this is the sponge culture recipe. This is the one I was looking at. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm actually doing to get rid of sand. This one doesn't make sand. Gravel there. Sorry, let's go back into F and EI. Niobium, zinc. Zinc does. So if we look at our zinc processing... I mean, possibly we've just never output sand. Or never used our sand. Nickel as well. Yeah, just like zinc and nickel. I think this is nickel processing up here. I mean, maybe. How many stacks of sand would we be making from a given processing line? How much nickel have we used? I'm honestly not sure if I have a sand sink or not. That's scary is what that is. Not, oh. There's so much that goes on in this base that it's impossible to keep track of, right? It really is impossible to keep track of. This is good. We've used up all of our extra coal dust, which means that if I check on this... Oh, look at that. We're actually, like, out of tailings. Which I'm assuming means that tin is running. Yes. It's not running well, but it is running. Well, I mean, I think it's running fine. I think it's just that there's been a bunch of pent-up demand for tin, and we're catching up on it. So I wouldn't be surprised if I went up here and saw solder was... Yeah, we have no molten tin for solder. That's bad. How far through our solder buffer are we? We're not. So that at least hasn't fully fallen over. But yeah, we've had apparently a lot of demand. A lot of demand for tin as tin turns back on. I'm not sure how long it was broken for, but too long. Circuits hopefully have all had a chance to run, though, all the individual components. Yeah, that looks backed up. This one's backed up. This one's backed up. This is still not quite backed up, but it's getting there. And then this is still waiting for melamine resin. Yeah. And melamine resin is not going to start until we get the recipe that we need. We're not going to get the recipe we need until science turns back on, and science is still broken on frickin' pure sand. I mean, this is all running... This looks like it may have halted briefly. Yeah. What's going on? Don't like this being this backed up through here. I mean, that's just the sand to the soil part. And that should be fine. We've got two of these guys here. And then 2 and 2, but these ones don't run full time. Everything down here. This is halted due to an item ingredient shortage of limestone. That's fine, because we do want to just reprocess the limestone, so I'm okay with that. That's expected. Down here... These guys just run when they run, and that's fine. Oh, is this affecting this side too? It is. Okay. I found the problem. The question is, how much of a pain is it to fix? Okay, so what's happening is we have a bunch of places where we're prioritizing our soil inputs, right? We prioritize reprocessing the limestone. We prioritize the voided soil. And really, those should probably be the opposite priorities, but that's never clogged up, so I'm not going to worry about it. But what that means is that because these things don't run evenly, these things don't run evenly, and I need lane balancers is what I need here and here. Probably in both places we should be balancing. Or maybe just here, because that will also balance downstream here. Not sure. But let's go throw just a quick lane balancer on there, and we'll see what that does for... This is probably not the fastest route I could have taken. That's okay. We're not in a hurry. I don't know how much this will actually help my, like, overall glass or whatever to have these things be, like, lane balanced and running a little more efficiently, but at least I won't have to do a whole new build of, Alright, so we split, and then... How does this work? We want to do... I think we split again. We do this. And then this. And what this does is it effectively merges the lane swapped. This on its own is a lane swapper. So we're merging a lane swapper with the lane swapped version with the unlane swapped version, and that gives us balance. And we'll plop that way up at the top. Cool. And then we need to do the same thing down here if we have the space for it, which is gonna be tricky. Yeah, okay. This'll work, but we're gonna have to move some things around. Oops, not there. Oh, cool. We got our oil. Alright, so this is no longer connected through here. That needs to be bridged. How do I want to do that? We're going to do this. And maybe not that. Maybe yes, that. There we go. That gets the job done. Alright. So now these will be lane balanced on their way in. These will be lane balanced by this, and the whole thing should now be slightly too close and therefore breaking it. Love it when I do that. These need to be one further down. because these need to be here. What did I... Eh? There we go. Alright, and this should now be pushing through the whole belt. Oh, these guys are stacking now, which other parts of the system aren't doing on their outputs. Because I built this before stacking. Hopefully that won't cause things to back up. These guys have a productivity bonus? They don't. Okay, so they're just stacking. That's fine. Like, no, we're clearly still pulling everything through. Just fine. Yep. Yep. And this is no longer backed up here. Cool. So let's grab this. And this one... All right. And that should fix this. All right. These should now be able to run more consistently, which means that the whole thing should output just a little bit more sand. It's not going to be huge amounts more, but like we should now be running I think, all of these more or less consistently now. Sort of. This probably deserves to be like a that. And like that. Because these really are only one belt. But we might need a balancer to do that. Yeah, maybe that should be a lane balancer. Because, yeah, each of these is going to output 4.3. Okay, so these won't run full-time. We expect one of these to kind of turn into a part-time one, and the other one to run full-time. And that's fine. That's also true for these. So we need to... Once this gets to the point where it's backed up, which it is getting to, there we go. And this runs a little bit less. That'll let more soil through, and these ones will run a little bit more. Alright, I think that's as good as this gets. It's still not, like, perfect, but it should be running a little bit more consistently now. And... yeah, I'm seeing over here sand working its way up to these machines at least a little bit. There are still some oddities here where we want to prioritize soil coming out here, but like we have machines that are outputting extra soil down here that could be looped back, but because we've only got the one belt running through, we can't push all of the soil all the way forward. But I don't know. It's running better than it was. I think better than it was is the best that we're going to get. So, and how does Glass look right now? Glass just got another delivery of this, and as always, we're kind of constantly waiting. Yeah, I do think I want to take that turd for... But it's a little ways down the tech tree, unfortunately, for me to be able to get the... whatever one it is. I think it's the double flagellum choanocite. Choanocite? Is it Greek? I don't know. But that is a ways down, right? There's a lot of stuff that needs to be researched, getting us to this tech. So in the short term, we do still have a problem with pure sand. And we're going to need even more pure sand if we want to expand our phosphoric acid production and get that scaled up. But we don't need that scaled up yet, I don't think. I think we scale this up later when we scale up our semiconductor manufacturing. So I'm hoping what we have right now is, like, good enough. Because it's just used right now for aluminum and will also be used for some electronics things. Okay. So, where were we? What's the next step? Did any of this, like, actually turn on? Do we have crude oil? We do. Have we had our first delivery down here? We have. Did I never do the nickel plate requests? Do we not have nickel plate? That's sketchy. Oh yeah, this just isn't voiding yet because we don't have enough fluorine gas for it to void. Yeah. So we have to wait until there's more fluorine gas before that'll go do its thing. And that is fine. But I'm worried about my nickel production. So what's going on with nickel? Yeah, nickel is stopped. Awesome! Which piece is broken? Wait, did the whole thing, like, back up in a closed loop of terribleness? Yes. Whoa, the loop backed up. I don't think I've ever done this before. Okay. I know how to fix it. But boy, is that not fun. And then this prioritied left. There we go. That should do the job. I'll have to get up there and build that. It is ad break o'clock, so I'm going to go ahead and let the ad run. And when we come back, we'll figure out our next goals. And I might need to manually remove some things from the loop to get the nickel rebooted. I think just replacing those few things here is not going to be enough. Oh, maybe it will be. Maybe it will be. All right, let's just keep an eye on this for a couple of minutes. The ad break is running. All right. We might have fixed it. I don't want to claim that it is fixed yet, but it's possible that I did some math wrong somewhere and we need like one extra of these screeners. So 2/3, and we have 7 of them. So these guys will use like 4 2/3 as input total. These guys make 1 1/4. This makes half, so that's 1.75. These make 1/3 each. We have 9 of them, so that's 3. So that's theoretically 4.75. I don't think all of these can run continuously, though. Like, isn't that kind of the thing? Yeah, so that's 3, and that'll be 2. Eight thirds plus a half. Okay, so like 4 1/2 of these runs just this. Welcome back from the ad break. I've just been trying to figure out the math on like how this thing managed to jam itself up. I think the fixed priority splitter here will keep it from happening again. But it seems like we should have enough capacity that shouldn't happen. Yeah, that's fine. There's only 4.5 items total. So that fits on one side of a belt just fine. So I'm not worried about that part. Yeah, I'm super confused. I'm not sure how we got... I think what we must have had was because of how I was sideloading this. Probably what happened is we got partially backed up once. Oh, yeah. I understand now. So this was backed up once on, like, the actual output being done. Like, we had too much nickel plate, right? Or we had enough nickel plate. And then that caused this input belt to back up to here. And then this belt, that side-loaded, got backed up. And then we got the loop broken. So this is just the right fix as the priority input to make sure that we are working correctly. Like, yes, in the steady state case, we can merge these things, and we shouldn't need a priority. But in the case where this has all backed up once, the time that it takes to drain all of these fully can be such that this segment can get backed up. And then once that happens, the whole thing locks up at the loop. All right. I understand now. And it is fixed, and this is the right fix. That's really what I wanted to make sure, and that's why I'm going through this, is I want to actually understand that I have made the right fix, and that I didn't just patch it. So that's nickel running now. Excellent. And that should be what's needed for... Oh, shoot. Always do it. Oh, and that is a full 25,000 in there, too. How long will that take to use? A long time. All right, let's go fix that, because I'm an idiot. What do I want to... Yeah, let's do... Let's do the tank. All right, there we go. And that should now... I mean, it'll pull from both of these, right? So this will eventually empty. That's fine. We have a little extra crude oil stored down here. Whatever. All right, good. That glass is backed up. Excellent. Various parts of this are mostly backed up, which is good to see. Probably same with the one up here. Yeah, only like one of them running. Cool. So yeah, as this finishes backing up into these buffers, it'll, we should see more glass available for, there we go, glassware to run. I probably do want another machine doing glassware in here. Let's do that. Oh, I'm making small parts. Oh well. We have plenty of time on the walk down to glass for that to finish crafting. So yeah, let's add one more, making glassware. I suspect that is actually an issue, and even if it's not an issue, it'll at least help the system to better ensure that glassware gets its fair share of all the molten glass, right? So this guy actually do it like this. Let's take this. Do that. And then these need to be routed a little bit more through here. There we go. I wonder if it might also make sense to throw a tank on the molten glass side of things. That way, when there's lower glass demand, we'll still be pulling pure sand through. I'm not sure if that's much better. Or if it will be approximately equivalent. Oh. All right, that is going to actually start backing up soon. Oh, this needs more outserters, huh? Or just faster. Okay. So this should help. Glass is still a problem, but that's set to 2. This is set to a train limit of 2. So in theory, it can always be dispatching extra trains to get more pure sand for glass. Although right now, I think because we had this... this was blocked for a long time on hydrofluoric acid. And then I also added the station for phosphine gas, which is just going to take quite a while to accrue. Like, phosphoric acid is running absolutely full bore, and that also uses a certain amount of pure sand. And it's actually about to request another train full. Doesn't use it as fast as glass, obviously, but as long as this is running sort of... Okay. So yeah, I think doubling this is not going to be terrible, besides the fact that we're going to need to figure out a lot more pure sand. So we're going to hold off on doubling this until we absolutely have to. As far as glass, I think we are 100 there, so this should be just turned off. Yeah. $88 there, 61 there. But yeah, our largest glass consumers by far are glassware and optical sets. Like, it's not even close. How much does each of these make? 12.5 a second. So that's 50, 100, 150. Yeah. So with just one of these, we were previously using like up to a quarter of a glass. Now this will try to use up to half of our glass on just glassware. Which, when nothing else is running, is totally fine, right? Like you can see, we've only got 2 of these machines running. That's like 33 and a third. This is 33 and a third. So that's 66 plus 80 is 140. So like these should all be able to run. Obviously other ones are still, I think, backing up, and that's why we're not quite to the point where everything's running consistently, but yeah. As these other machines turn yellow and turn off, we'll see all of this stuff running fully consistently, and that will go a long way. Yeah, this is another one that's fully turned off, and very nearly fully turned off here. Oh, and of course we just had something that took took a few Petri dishes. Okay. So what is the next thing to do? Let's go back to the YAFC chart. Let's figure it out. Back to unified chips. I'm not going to worry about more phosphoric acid right now. I think that means we want to do hydrogen peroxide and anthraquinone. That's what we were talking about, and I think that's what we need to do. So these are, I guess, 2 different stations. So we need a filter and a reformer, and both of them will need their own stations and setups. As far as where to do it, we're making... Where do we make the pentoxide? I already forget. It's over here somewhere, I thought. Down here? Is this it? Yeah, pentoxide. I also don't love that this is apparently stopped. Why? Oh, is this one of those things where I needed to have a, like, priority input on something and I didn't, and now the whole loop backed up? That's what it looks like to me. All right, let's go fix the vanadium pentoxide, and then we will swing back by... We'll swing back by the mall. We'll get what we need to make the anthraquinone and all right, so let's put a little bit of a buffer in here. then you are a top-up valve. And we can get rid of this. There we go. So now it'll prefer to use everything on this side. We have a little bit of breathing room. And the different systems can loop around as needed. Cool. Don't know how long this has been broken. Obviously, we haven't been using the vanadium pentoxide. Has arthropod blood totally backed up again? Very nearly. I caught that just in time. Although, maybe not. Yep, yeah. We are absolutely taking apart bees here. We're not taking apart Xy's because we don't have any. Why no Xyphos? No Xyphos because we just haven't gotten a delivery of them? This all looks like it's running. I don't see anything wrong here, which worries me because I feel like we should have had more more Xy's backed up, but how are we on shells? Okay, we do have a bunch of shells. So maybe we just got in a weird place with Xy's? I don't know. I'm concerned. But given that it appears to be running, I don't know what I can do to check anything or to confirm if I should be concerned. So I'm just gonna try not to worry about it. How's Glass doing? I mean, still trying is the answer. Yeah, something did take a bunch of petri dishes. And this is still not really getting sand frequently enough. Okay. I mean, we could certainly make more pure sand. Like, we can copy and paste this whole pure sand build, right? That is absolutely an option for us. It's not an option I love, but it is an option. Well, I'm going to try not to worry about it for now. It is broken. We do need to fix it. But I want to make more progress on things that we wanted to see progress made on. Oh, there we go. That's one of those little mistake tanks that I have to have sometimes. Okay, let's get hydrogen peroxide made, and then we can do the etching solution build. And that feels like It's a good step on the way to circuits. Or really on the way to silicon processing. Gonna need a filter. And we're gonna need a reformer. We'll let the bots bring us that stuff. We'll get those set up. I mean, I don't know. I was doing some red circuit stuff up here. I did green circuit stuff down here for some reason. So, I don't know where I want to do silicon. I guess I could keep doing stuff down here. We can go at least a little ways this way before we start to run into, like, bad terrain. So I think just continuing through, pointing downwards here is fine. So that's what we're going to do. And then we're going to have two things to build here, and I do want them separate because I want the anthraquinone to be available for spent Nextload batteries, I guess, is really the thing. So we'll need to bring in naphthalene oil and vanadium pentoxide, and that outputs anthraquinone. And then on the other side, we bring in the anthraquinone and nickel plate, and we output hydrogen peroxide. Okay, so that's just 6 stations for these two things, built right next to each other. No problems. I guess we don't have to bring in the anthraquinone. We can do the old connect and overflow to rails or whatever thing, but don't see a lot of reason to do that in this case. And that way, if we do have other anthraquinone builds in the future, these two won't be, like, tightly coupled, right? The rail network is our loose coupling, and we do want to maintain that when we can. So yeah, I think we're just going to have a box that comes over to, like, towards the edge of this giant lake ocean thing. And then it's going to come down here, over here, and up here. And that'll be where we're doing a bunch of the things related to circuits. I'm trying to decide if I want to do anthraquinone and vanadium pentoxide somewhere else, because they're not really part of circuits, but they can go down in Circuit City anyway. What? Don't like that. No? Okay. Gone. That was my bots wanting to put coal into a train. I'm not sure how it got into a state where it had that request. And I guess I'm just not going to worry about it. Right. So fluid drop off, solid drop off. and a fluid pickup. So fluid drop-off is going to be naphthalene. All right. And then down here, we're going to request the vanadium pentoxide. Vanadium. And this only uses, 0.3 per second of this. I don't know how much I'm making, but probably not that much. Actually, probably more than that. Let's find out. We have, in theory, 2 of these machines. So in theory, a little under 1 a second. Oh, we're missing iron oxide. Well, that's bad. We might need more. I'm gonna say this should have a request for a little more arthropod blood, and it does. We might need to intentionally craft iron oxide. That could very well be a thing that needs to happen. It feels silly, but you know what? It happens. If we check here, we should be making... Actually, do we make it here? No, we make it as part of... coal to coke. Yeah. Like, that's not a ton. Then is this coal on this side? Yes. But this doesn't make iron oxide. So yeah. We're just not making it. We're not doing a ton of coal processing, honestly, on Rails, which is kind of blowing my mind how little of it we've had to do. I feel like I'm playing the game wrong or something. But yeah, we just haven't needed that much, tar or coal gas, so it doesn't get made. All right, anthraquinone. Cool, that's easy enough to make tileable. It would be kind of like that. Yeah, if I wanted to make another one, which I don't right now. But we could, actually. Let's set this up so that it is right there. I like that. And then we'd have a second one here. Then we'll have going up the top. There we go. That'll be the vanadium pentoxide. Each of these takes 1 a second. Okay. So if I want to be able to run 2 of them, then we'll do that. Now we just take our output. I wonder what, like, percentage of the hours of this that I've streamed is just me connecting pipes. It is. Surely many. All right, that is anthraquinone. Now, we do the whole thing again. Fluid drop off on this side. This requests the anthraquinone. And then power that. It's going to take a little while before that gets a delivery, obviously. Solid drop off here. This is going to request nickel plate. Is that right? That is right. And then our fluid from this tank needs to come up and over. We're going to have a couple of filters making hydrogen peroxide. And that is quite a bit of nickel in, but that's okay. And then our output can go here. Beautiful. So this is going to take a little while for enough of the anthraquinone to accumulate. Yeah, that's fine. Those are just those two buildings for increasing production later. We can actually just remove these because we're not actually going to use them right away. I think that is looking good, though. That should be everything we need. Nickel might take a little while to get a delivery because nickel was having issues. I did fix it, right? Oh, we have no nickel ore. What? Nickel ore occupied. Why no? We're mining. We're running. Maybe just need a second train to be able to come through there. Yeah, okay, we've got two coming in now, so hopefully that'll help keep this running. But yeah, nickel, like, ran out. That's a bad sign. And obviously we've been struggling with, Nickel has been struggling a little bit, but still, I'd expect it to be keeping up better, or I would hope it would keep up better. So it'll be a little while before we get nickel delivery down here, but it's also going to be a little while before we have enough anthraquinone to deliver to this side, so it really doesn't matter. The other thing that I'm concerned about is, what are we doing with naphthalene currently? Naphthalene, when it's not being used, overflows and turns into aromatics and coke. Okay. So that is gonna be a hit to our, like, overall tar processing and fuel manufacturing capabilities, which is something we need to keep an eye on. You know, if we need to, I was just saying how little coal we process into tar, we can always do more of this, right? If we find that we are running low on fuels or whatever. I forget how I'm avoiding syngas, but like... presumably into a different... This one? I don't think it's that one. It might be this one that makes hydrogen. But we can be looking at other industrial solvent. What is this used for? Oh, a future Kevlar recipe. Nuclear samples. All right. That's something that I'm going to have to keep in mind that I need later. But... all right, I think this is otherwise... should be working once it gets nickel, and nickel is slowly but surely recovering across the base. So I'm not too worried about this, and I'm going to call that hydrogen peroxide done. And looking at the various things that we need here, I think with hydrogen peroxide done, we can work on etching solution. That the last thing we needed for etching solution? Hydrogen peroxide. Yep. Okay. So yeah, let's grab a couple of chemical plants from the mall and let's do etching solution. Unless there's something else that I think is the better thing to do, but there really isn't. So... clear the consumption there. Yeah, we can see how much etching solution we'll actually use, which is very little. But again, we'll build it at this 2 chemical plant scale just so that we have, we know that we're going to have enough for when we scale up post Blue Science. And I guess I should check on glass while I'm thinking about it. I mean, okay. Glassware is slowly accumulating, which is a good sign. So my question now is, what's blocking science? Still... it is still plasmids. They are running. Okay. I think it's just that we ran so low on plasmids for a little while that it's taking a hot second for them to fully rebuffer and make it to everything that needs them. Like Green Science wants... what's the request amount for those on here? Just 2 stacks. Okay. But even still, accumulating 2 stacks of plasmids is a process. All right, but I'm not too worried about that now. It does seem like this is doing fine. This requests probably 3 stacks at a time of, all right. So yeah, I think as soon as we get a stack or 2 of plasmids in here, hopefully that'll be enough for science to restart, although there are other things that want plasmids, right? No, this one uses primers. And it's running, actually, which is great. What else pulls in plasmids directly? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe right now the only thing is science over here. Yeah, and right now this one is just recycling its plasmids. It's running consistently. And I could probably change this so it's a little less wasteful, but like, if this doesn't run, all this stuff is going to decay anyway, so who cares? But like, this is just making animal samples, and they're decaying back to plasmids and getting brought back and turned back into animal samples right now. And of course, that's happening because, well, wait! This has plasmids. What is... That's got the... Oh my god. Am I this bad at the game? Okay. This outserter for decay is wrong. This should be fluorospalanin, not native flora. Look at that. It's interesting that this... Viola, indeed. Ugh. Hey, Just Extra XP. I appreciate you coming by. Viola? One of those. Voila. Alright, cool. So I wonder how long that's been broken. That would have eventually fixed itself, right? The fluorospalanin will eventually decay down into biomass. But I did catch it. Also... Wait. This is wrong. We should be returning plasmids to this one, because this is the one that they are actually requested at. Here, there's a chance that they'll be used, but there's just as much a chance that this inserter will pull one from here, and they'll just slowly accumulate. Alright, I need to go up there and fix that in that case. That is pulling, or putting things back where they're not going to be properly recycled. And once we fix that, then we can go start making etching solution for silicon processing. All right, so the issue is that this should be coming down here instead. Actually, what I probably want to do is just send everything down here, because we bring this down here anyway, and then I can fork it off here. This will be where we bring in, not primers, the other one, plasmids. Those will come right up here. If I take all this... Okay. That should be better at recycling plasmids from... that's not what I wanted. I want the plasmids. That should be better at recycling plasmids from any decayed animal samples now, which is what we wanted in the first place. Also drop off the batteries and the alien samples. Okay. Happier with that. Let's grab these chemical plants that I need from the mall, and then we can find a spot and make etching solution. That should be a pretty straightforward build. We do need to handle the decay of lard down into biocrud. Other than that, I don't think there's anything special about the etching solution build. And once we have etching solution, looking at... We still got quite a few other things to do to get us to actually starting our silicon processing, even once we have etching solution. I feel like have you played Factorio would be a great interview question for an instant hire. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know about that. I wouldn't go that far. But certainly, I know several great engineers who are way too into this game. It is a real thing. This is, I mean, what are we at? 327 hours. It has been a lot of incremental progress over a very long time, right? And it definitely does add up. And like, when I look at this base now, I have no idea what half of it does. I've completely lost track. But kind of every step along the way, and it's the same thing with, you know, things like Greg Tech in Minecraft, right? But like with Pyanodons, you gotta find small goals, do one thing at a time, and just work through your targets, and then remove all of the context of all of that from your brain when you're done with it, because you need that brain space for working on the next thing. Is this... Oh, perfect. That is... I was going to say, have we started making... And we have. Beautiful. We're making hydrogen peroxide now. Small quantities. Yeah. Oh, 6.9 thousand. Nice. I do... Yeah. Hopefully this won't be pulling so much naphthalene oil that it, like, drastically disrupts my tar processing. That is always a concern. Tar processing is always a carefully balanced. Carefully balanced situation, but I think it'll be okay. I think I have enough stuff making different fuels now, and I guess I can check. Let me find a fuel station. What's the... Oh! Yeah, that's a lot of fuels. Okay. That's actually concerning, because some of those fuels are supposed to be, like, ways that things are gotten rid of, and if we're not consuming them, then stuff is going to back up. Yeah, benzene is just fully backed up, which means that it's made into benzene. BTX, right? It's down here. Yeah. BTX is going to start backing up at oil processing. Lovely. Okay. I'm not going to worry about that. We're going to just keep working on expanding the base, and that means that things will use more power and use more liquid fuels, and then things won't back up. Let's see. Fluid drop-off station first. And do this thing. I really do need to blueprint. Yeah, appreciate it. Always appreciate a lurk. And thanks for stopping by. Okay. What am I putting in this fluid tank? We need the hydrogen peroxide that we just made. We need sulfuric acid, and we need phosphoric acid. So that is 3 things. Hydrogen peroxide. Phosphoric acid. And sulfuric acid. And that also needs to be in our requests. And sulfuric. Is it with a P? No. Just did this. There it is. And the peroxide. Okay. Cool. And all 3 of those fluids are going to feed into chemical plants, making etching solution. All right, that's beautiful. That's what I wanted to see. So we're going to have the 3 inputs there. We also are going to have a solid pick drop-off. We will also need a solid pickup, but we're not there yet. This is going to request the lard. I think until recently, lard has maybe just been being voided. All right, and how much lard does etching solution use? 1.44 a second, so we'll do just like that. That's fine. And then we'll do these 2 machines right next to each other. One a second on each. Yeah, there we go. And it is just about at break o'clock, so we'll take a quick break. I need to get some more water. And when we come back, we'll finish plumbing all of this in, which I don't think is going to be too much of a challenge. We've got our first, and make sure this is looking correct. It is. Yeah, we'll just get we'll get all these pipes plumbed in. We'll get the output sorted. Oh, and we need to take care of... This needs to be tweaked anyway, because we need to handle lard potentially spoiling. So we need to add that clean out path. And we'll do that when we come back from the break. I'll see everyone in just a few. All right. Twitch says there's still about 30 seconds left on the ad break, but I know sometimes that is a lie, so we can get started on a little bit of the cleanup for this. So I actually want these to feed ideally on the other side of this belt. So let's do that. All right, and now Twitch says the ad break is really over. So welcome back, everybody. We're just cleaning up here. I'm doing well. Good to see you, Kellen. Welcome in. We're working on... What are we working on? This is etching solution that we're going to need for all of our silicon processing for integrated circuits. Okay, this comes around... That's not really what I want. It'll work, but I don't like it. No, not output priority left, input priority left, and that's fine. That'll loop all the stuff we want to loop. And then we need to handle output there, which I guess is there, which means this whole thing needs to go up. Which means this is in the wrong place. Love it. Okay. That's fine-ish. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pull this over one more. And what I want to do here is, well, one, we need to route this differently. And then we want to take anything that has decayed, and we'll actually route that through here where I was previously going to route other things. That's okay. This will be a solid pickup station. And because it is a decay product, it needs to be high priority. Do these ones as just lard here. And then on this side, we'll take out any biocrud directly. There we go. Oh, and these output inserters need to also be filtered to the biocrud. And again, that way, if any lard does decay, when we're making the etching solution, it'll be removed, it'll loop around here, come out this side, and head up here, where it can be dealt with like the rest of our biocrud. So now we just need the output of this, and originally I was going to put the output of this over here, but I think with how I've kind of readjusted things, it'll work better down here. Yeah. Beautiful. Do I not have any lard? Really? I don't believe that. Well, alright, I don't have enough lard. Interesting. I may have to... Well, animal processing was kind of broken for a little while, so... We'll see how it goes. Gonna be tough to do some cooking, indeed. The Augs make a decent amount of lard when they run. Yeah. I can check to see if I have a creature that's a better direct source of lard. And say, like, hey, when we're low on lard, intentionally render something else. But at the moment, I don't think that's necessary. Oh, good. We did finally get rid of all of our... So yeah, this should hit shortly, having enough for a full train. And then that'll get delivered over here. So that's fine. I'm not in a rush with any of this stuff. We have so long to wait for it to turn on. All right. So this one is the phosphoric acid. Bonk. The middle one is sulfuric acid. And then the last one will be, as soon as we get a delivery of it, which ought to be soon. Yes, it will be soon. Will be the hydrogen peroxide. Okay, so this will get, as soon as it gets that delivery of hydrogen peroxide, and as soon as it gets a delivery of lard, is the other thing it needs, we'll end up... And I hope I'm not voiding all of my lard. That's a question. That is voiding skin. That's okay. Don't think I'm doing this one yet. Don't think I'm doing this yet. A little bit to animal samples, that's fine. Workers' food, I don't think I'm running anymore. Fish food, I don't make. Compost it. Etching solution. Okay, so now I don't think I'm using all that much lard. I think it's just, we don't make a ton of it. So I might need to do a little bit of contemplating my choices with different animals and figure out if we want to, you know, if we look at lard. Oh, apparently I can convert brains to lard. That's cool. Good to know. But like Ulrichs give 2 lard, which isn't that much. Oh, it's the same as Augs. Zipiers, if I so desired. I did say brains to lard. Yeah, brains to lard. It's actually a 1-to-1 conversion. But we're gonna need brains real soon, so I don't want to... Zips aren't bad, other than the arthropod blood that I have a hard time getting rid of. Corlex are never great for slaughtering. Cotton guts give a lot of lard. Okay. And then we're into... Oh, this just produces it directly. Brand new sentence? Probably. Well, maybe not. Maybe not brand new in, like, the grand scheme of Pyanodons. But, ooh. I just realized I'm peeking a little bit. Sorry about that, folks. I hope it hasn't been distorting too badly. But yeah, a little bit, probably not brand new in the scale of Pyanodons, but brand new to most people. That's what I was trying to say. I think it was just kissing full DB on, like, plosives. So... Have I tried out Peak yet? Not yet. I have been meaning to, but I have not convinced anyone to play it with me yet, so... It doesn't seem like it would be a lot of fun solo. Alright, that is etching solution. Woohoo! Is that one in our milestones? Nope. What of these things that we're gonna have to make have milestones in them, by the way? So getting to red circuits, Silicon and optical fiber are the two things that'll be milestones, and then red circuits themselves. All right, cool. That's etching solution. And we can now just ignore this build for a while, and we'll just get a trickle of it, and by the time we need it, we'll have heaps of it. Just extra XP was hosting, so you got to play with a group. Yeah. That does seem like the way to go. I'm concerned that this is also going to want lard. This worries me. We might want to see if... Do we have another lubricant recipe? Just straight up fish oil and ash. I mean, we could improve our fish. I haven't made fish module 2s yet, but, like, what's our inputs to fish? The input to fish is lamps, filtration media, biomass. Yeah. And saline water and oxygen. So if we upgraded fish to fish 2, if we took the time to breed better fish, I think we could get away with maybe doing... I mean, how much fish does it actually take for all the lubricant we need? Let's set fixed production amount here to 0. Set fixed production amount to 0. Oh, it doesn't like that. Okay, fine. We'll just get rid of that whole stack then. I mean, that's a lot of biofactories, but it's not that much ash. The question is, how much fish is this? This is a lot of fish. Okay. This was my concern with potentially going down this road. Like, even if we want to use... I mean, heck, we could even use... Which fish recipe do we use right now? We use this one. No, we don't use that one. We use this one with fish Mark 2s. We could potentially even go for fish Mark 3s. Yeah, no, even with fish Mark 3s, this build is huge. Alright, this is not feasible. This is a way to use fish oil if I have too much of it. This is not a good way to make lubricant. That is what I'm thinking. So, that means we're back to olefins and oleochemicals. Oleochemicals. We want to do... Sporopollenin. What is mycology stage 3? How far down in the tech tree is it? It's pretty far down there. And to make... Sporopollenin is from Orenia, which we already have. Okay. So other than needing to go way down the tech tree for this, just for the mycology tech, yeah, it's way down the tech tree. But, like, how big of a Renia build would we need if we wanted to use this? Naven spores come from spore collect. That's a lot of spore collectors. That's a lot of spore collectors. And that's a lot of Renias. Okay, no, we're not doing this either. This build is freaking huge. Alright, that does basically leave this recipe, which gives us a glycerol that we need to figure out what to do with. Which we don't need explosives, so our only option is epichlorohydrin. Oh, which we need for epoxy. Okay. I'm picking up. What we're putting down here. And hydrogen chloride, which is... Ooh, we do have some other ways of making hydrogen chloride now, which is something to think about. Boric acid plus salt is an interesting one, although that is a lot of boric acid to make enough HCl for this. I think we have to make this one... Yeah, that's a lot of HCl. But that is a future project when I need epoxy. For now, we can throw the glycerol in a big old tank and not worry about it. And then steam gets voided. Fresh water is pumped in. I think we're making nichrome already. So yeah, this is fine to do oleochemicals. And then olefins themselves are... This one is an interesting one. This syngas to light oil. We can do them fully synthetic, but like, look at how much hydrogen and carbon dioxide this uses. Plus Nexalate. Don't love that. This one... Have I ever played Total War? Not in a long time, but yes, I have played it. And then, like, light oil to... what? I mean, light oil then gets processed to this, right? We need to do this with our light oil, at least in the short term. No. That's not what we do with it. We do this one. Oh, no, but this also needs refined syngas. Which, I guess, nichrome, a little bit of activated carbon. I mean, that is historically accurate for the late Roman Empire, is everything going to hell. If I recall correctly. Let me split this out a little bit so I can see this separately from the oleochemicals. And then we'll make this one a nested table. We'll do this one. We'll do this one. We still need to do the cooling water, and we still need to void said cooled water. But all right, so this uses heaps of syngas, a little bit of activated carbon, and a little bit of nichrome to make heaps of petroleum gas and a little bit of olefins, which is fine, I think. I mean, it's clearly a big build, and anytime I see, you know, a dozen of something, I feel like I'm doing it wrong. But the filtered syngas looping the light oil means that, well, actually, that's the question. If instead, this uses 400 syngas, what do we use if we don't? 370. Okay, so it's less syngas in. The issue is just that we then need to... I mean, we do this, right? We do our standard light oil processing down to other things. There's also this tall oil separation, or there's this one, but that's... We want to make olefins, not use them. This feels like a pretty big build, and that concerns me. But the other thing that concerns me is I don't know if I have FTS rate. Oh, shoot. I have not been back on YAFC. I'm sorry about that. I didn't even realize. I apologize. All right, so we've been looking at options here for the olefins we need for all of this freaking lubricant. And they're all terrible, is the answer. Well, unless maybe, like, turns out... Wait a sec. I like when I see things that are made entirely from... Yeah, I mean, it's too big of a build. Yeah. I was like, residual gas, huh? But I don't think I can make residual gas in the quantities that I need. Not yet, anyway. Yeah, 300 and that's Mark IIs. 660. That would certainly be one of the builds of all time. Well, we also have to deal with these guys. Yeah, no. No, that's not happening. Alright, so I'm pretty sure we're still sitting at starting with this step, and then the question is just... Do we do the light oil to petroleum gas, which gives us more olefins, but needs more... Well, it needs the refined syngas, basically. And this does use a little more syngas in by like 10%, but it also spits out huge amounts of petroleum gas, which is one of our liquid fuels in the base. Or do we just do this, which gives us a bunch of gasoline as well, and actually aromatics we convert to petroleum gas this way. I mean, we can't necessarily deal with this much petroleum gas. And that's a lot of hydrogen, so this might actually back up. And that would be the reason not to do this, is that we can't actually deal with this much light oil in the base. And in that case, doing this one, even though we need more refined syngas, these are just such huge quantities. And that's what kind of has me worried about all this, is that I'm missing something. Like, when I see large builds, and I guess a dozen buildings isn't large, but it's a decently sized build. My brain is telling me that, like, we're missing an option, but I just don't see another reasonable way to make lubricant this early. And almost all of that lubricant goes into Cermet. In fact, all of it does. Okay. So maybe this is one of those things where, and again, we're not going to be running this at this full scale right away. I've explained this a few times, but we get rid of this. These is set. How did I do this? Clear fixed ingredient consumption. There it is. There we go. So like here we can see we're 13 lubricant because we won't be ramping up our silicon production until blue science. So the other option is if we look in these things and we see like, oh, look at this. In blue science, we get produced lubricant from aromatics. You know, maybe that changes the whole... You know, we still do this one, and then we do this one, and then we do this one. Now, we go back to saying we want our full-scale production. Yeah, that's a much more reasonable amount of everything. We're only really doing one of these, and then almost all the aromatics from the light oil get processed away into more lubricant. Okay. So yeah, this is what we're going to want to do then. We'll do this much of it, but not at this scale, obviously. We'll do it at the scale of what we need for the short term, which is here, which is very little. And then we can allow the aromatics to just be voided for now, which is exactly what we want. And then longer term, we'll add the build that does aromatics directly to lubricant. Or, I mean, one of the other lubricant recipes. I saw there were a couple more in Green Science, and maybe I should double check that I actually picked the best one. There's this tin concentrate, but that's turning grease into lubricant, so that's not all that useful. Wax and pressurized hydrogen into lubricant. And then some other stuff later on. All right. This seems like the best one, this desulfurization. So yeah, we'll plan to do that. We'll build this, and then we'll expand with a new aromatics to lubricant from desulfurization when we need more lubricant in the future. And then if we go back to full scale, yeah, when we're full scale, we're still going to need like 3/4 of these. And we're still going to need quite a bit of syngas to light oil production. So we'll want to make these at the right scale. The syngas to light oil at the scale of like 5 FTS reactors. The animal fat at the scale of 1, and the lubricant at the scale of 1-ish. And then sorry, lost my train of thought. Yeah, okay. I like this plan. This is a good plan. Let's do this plan. So what I want to do is let's make this its own nested table. And then this will be its own nested table within the nested table. Oop, wrong one. Aromatics, and then, well, eventually aromatics to lubricant. Lubricant. There we go. All right, so this is the scale that we have to build all of this stuff at for it to actually all right, beautiful. Yeah, so this is just pulling in, and some of these are going to be at different stations. Like I think this lubricant from aromatics ultimately is going to be its own standalone build. But the short term is getting this, so the 5 FTS reactors plus the 6 DDCs for this part of the build done. And then as far as the animal fat goes, yeah, that's also just nichrome and lard in. And then that outputs oleochemicals and the glycerol. Okay. So that's fine, except for the fact that we can't use the glycerol. So the only other thing we might want to do is to go back to the crummier oleochemicals recipe, which uses a little more lard, but won't give us glycerol as an output. Whoops, wrong one. This one. This uses 1.9 lard a second. This uses 1.6. Okay, it's not a huge difference. So yeah, if we don't need the glycerols yet, let's use this recipe. Just get all the voids and everything figured out so that I am sure that I can see all my inputs and outputs correctly. Yeah. So we'll do this. We'll do this little just lard to oleochemicals build. This is fully self-contained. And then the syngas to olefins is a little more complex. This part we're not going to do right away, but all the rest of this we have to do. And then lubricant is just one olefin plant at that point. Okay, I'm calling that the plan. It's always possible that I've missed something, but nothing is really jumping out at me as a better way to do these things. So I think that is what we're going to do, is we're going to do oleochemicals first. Well, I may as well collect the stuff for all of them, actually. So let's get... Can I do... shopping list for these two? Yes! Export to blueprint. Perfect. And that's the shopping list just for... Oh. That was not where I was currently standing. This is the shopping list for lubricant. Oh, that's not what I want. I want to edit here and find lubricant. There we go. And we're not going to be able to get the desulfurization units yet because those have not been invented yet. I am concerned that this has not gotten another delivery of lard. Admittedly, we have already stacked away 27,000. But we might need to figure out the best way to start producing more lard. Especially if we need it for oleochemicals. Also, this is broken. So yeah, I mean, I figure we're basically always going to be running AUGs. But... yeah, muckmocks to lard. That's still muckmocks. Organ printing, yeah. But I don't think we want to do like this unless we absolutely have to. I think organ printing is probably expensive early on. And then this is, yeah, improved cage Ulrichs to extract. Yeah, and these are various... This is all pretty far down the tech tree for all of these things. You know, if we check where we're kind of at now with stuff in the tech tree as far as critters, we've got trits coming. And yes, they do. I mean, they actually have quite a bit of lard in them. And we're going to need to be rendering trits for photophores. So maybe we just don't worry too much about it, and we hope that when we start growing trits, they will handle our lard problem, or at least help our lard problem. And then, I mean, muckmocks isn't too far out, actually. Bog stage 2, Ulrich stage 2. Yeah, a lot of this is, oh, this just turns bones and steam into lard. Oh, that's not bad at all. And then, yeah, muckmocks are also a decent source of lard when you render them. I'm not sure if that's the best way to use them, but they don't produce anything unique. They do make a lot of blood, though. And then Banyots, no lard. And then we're getting down into blue science. Everything else, alien life, looks like either enhancements to existing creatures or various plants. I don't see much else in the way of new creatures that are going to be useful. So unfortunately, I think we're gonna have to hope that Trits do the job. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm committing myself to, is Trits being the right way for us to get enough lard for the things that we need lard for. And that makes sense because we're researching them right around the time that we need a bunch more lard for oleochemicals and things like that. All right, let's head up to the mall. Let's collect the buildings we need. So we've got, I guess, 3 builds to do. We've got here, while we're waiting for the bots to deliver all this stuff. Oh, good, we don't have FTS reactors. Yeah, we don't. They're a new building. Cool. Nothing crazy to make them, though. Yeah, the bots will be able to figure it out. But that does mean that we will need to... Here, what do we need for these? Concrete and small parts. That's not terrible. Small parts, and we should have concrete. That's refined concrete. Maybe we don't push concrete up? Yes, we do. Okay, that's concrete. That's concrete. That's concrete. Like, I was sure we pushed it up somewhere. Over here. All right. That's the FTS reactors that we're going to need. Everything else... So yeah, while the bots are bringing that, let's just go over what we're doing one more time. We've got a oleochemicals build. This is nice and easy, besides needing to handle the lard potentially spoiling. And this is just lard plus titanium plate, plus water, which we always get on site, into oleochemicals, and then we void the steam. We've done everything here a million times already. And then syngas to light oil with olefins, really as our product. And then that light oil being cracked down to gasoline and aromatics. Aromatics, of course, needs to be potentially voided. Gasoline needs to be put into the fuel system. And then we will eventually need to add this lubricant from aromatics build. And this is actually going to be its own... Here, let's put this up here. Oh, nope, it doesn't like that. Let's, I probably have to change... Link that. I think I just have to change what order I'm doing the processing in. So this is aromatics and gasoline. Now we make the nested table. Now we want to make syngas to light oil. There we go. Now it's doing the right thing. And then, oh, I need to add back the water pumping and add back the steam cooling. And then I need to go see what's making beeping noises in the game, because that sounded like something broke. Oh, inventory is full. Okay, that's fine. We just end up with, okay. There we go. And this way we've got our secondary lubricant sort of separated from what we're doing here. So we are going to need 5 of these desulfurization units. Not a big deal. But that'll be cool. Yeah, so these are the builds. All right, we've got everything we need from the bots. No open requests. Where do we want to do... I guess it doesn't really matter where we do any of this stuff. Like, may as well keep doing it down where we've been doing it. Don't think there's... I'm going the long way. We don't want to go this way. We want to go down this way. I don't think there's a lot of reason to... Really, I should move all of this because it doesn't need to be here anymore. And then we could connect this all the way up and through. That might be a good cleanup project. Really doesn't matter where things go, like in the grand scheme of things. Obviously, it can be helpful from like a latency perspective sometimes to have builds close to each other, but most of these things we end up using in such small quantities that I'm not overly worried about overdoing anything, or about things being too far apart. All right, let's do, because it's easy to do first, let's just do the actual lubricant build. Because this is just... Pardon me. This is just... olefins, oleochemicals, feeding into an olefin plant, making lubricant. There we go. So, like, that's it. Then fluid pickup. are we doing on etching solution? 30,000. Yeah, we just ran out of lard, which is what we were talking about earlier. And I think for now, I'm still hoping that Trits are going to save the day on that front. Don't know for sure that they're going to, but it does seem like a reasonable hypothesis, given that it looks like they make quite a bit of lard. Okay, so this is going to need its request. Oh, let's make sure that it's all plumbed together on the wiring front, or I make my most common mistake in this game. So we need oleochemicals, olefins. All right. That is going to be, well, one of our lubricant sources. The first one. And now, I think we just need... I mean, cool that we're getting more hydrogen peroxide, but until we get more lard... Oh, this is broken too. I need to fix this, but I'm not worried about it, because I think right now we're going to be consuming lard about as fast as we can produce it. Which is obviously not fast enough, but... And then, yeah, okay, we've got plenty of formic acid, we've got plenty of blood, got plenty of fish oil. Arcod venom is low, but I guess we've been running science, so I shouldn't be too concerned about that. As long as Arcods are being rendered still. And they are. Alright, so yeah, I'm not too worried about that. Alright, I think animal stuff is doing fine. I'm not going to mess with it too much. Let's do... What do we want to do first? I guess... both of them... Let's do oleochemicals first. It's going to be, I think, a slightly easier build. And then we'll do... the other one, olefins. And then hopefully my inventory doesn't fill up, because I did not give bots much time to empty my inventory when we were up at the base, because there's a lot of stuff in the way of builds right here. And we do have an ad break in just about a minute. That is your fair warning. Okay. So... Ugh, this stinks. Let me grab... Yeah. There we go. Just to keep me a little less burdened. And it is ad officially, well, starting soon, because Twitch doesn't give me details. But when we come back from the ad, we will finish up this oleochemicals build and then get the olefins build running after it. So I will see everyone in just a few minutes. I will take some time to maybe clean this area out a bit so we can see what we're doing. And somewhere in here, we should have a... Oh, what is this? This is a FTS reactor, right. All right, I'm going to go ahead and top up my water while the ads finish, and we'll see everyone shortly. All right, welcome back, everybody. So we're in the middle of this oleochemicals build. We just got things started. I think what I want to do is we'll actually put any spoilage. This is silly, but it'll work. Any spoiled lard that turns into biocrud. Yeah, we can put back in here. And then that comes off over here. Yeah, all right, I like that. And then we need to bring water into this. Let's see, is any of this a big enough water puddle? It's not. Ooh, that's worrisome. Usually water is not hard to find on this map, but today... Yeah, we'll have to route it up over here. Same with the steam that gets cooled. If we grab our cooling tower. This one is only using... Yeah, this just uses one of the cooling towers. Okay. So, like, that's fine. And then... Gonna do, like, this kind of thing and come through here. Remember, this is water output to the void. The outfall. And then we'll also have water, yeah, like here. This works. Cool. This is going to want... Oh, there's titanium. Beautiful. And it'll take a little while, but we'll also get... Oh, that's not filtered. Oh, stop. That was exciting. All right, so that's titanium, and then we will also need lard being delivered here. That could take a little while. Oh, and science is broken again. Why is science broken this time? Still Logisci. Why is it Logisci? Oh, this time it's these things. No, they're running. Oh. Well, no. That's just because these are disabled. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it looks like it's running. It must have had a blip. Unfortunately, I missed it, so I don't know what the thing was that caused it to blip. Which is a little worrisome, but, well... Alright, now we just need a fluid pickup. And this will be the output of our, this build. The oleochemicals. Alright, and let's... Oh, we need to pick up all of that. Titanium. I can go back in there. Cool. I think that is the oleochemicals. Yeah, that looks like it. And then the other part of that is gonna be this. So this needs to bring in nichrome and syngas, right? Yeah, nichrome and syngas, then it outputs gasoline, olefins, and aromatics. Okay. So that's 3 fluid outputs, a fluid input, and a solid input, which is 5. All right. 5 stations. We have like 3 here that we could use, which I don't love. So I think we're just going to have to go ahead and grab another T and make this another segment. Cannot insert stone. Oh, yeah, right. This is, going to continue to be a problem. This is a very heavily wooded and stoned area. So we're gonna have some inventory issues. I mean, probably there's a bunch of random crap in my inventory that I should try to clean out a little bit, but there's only so much I can do there. When the bots are bringing me dozens of logs and dozens of stone. All right, and then down here, let's just get the end of this. Okay, so the inputs of this are going to be... We're going to have a fluid drop-off. Here, let's try to line these up just so that I can say they're lined up. Doesn't really matter, but makes me feel better. So we're going to have a fluid drop-off here, and this is going to be for the syngas that comes in. I cannot see anything. And my inventory is going to be full of trees again. So syngas in. Oh, I missed some signals over here too. Let's get those while I'm thinking about them. So, yeah, syngas in, and then we need a solids drop-off station. There. And this is going to request... What does this need? Nichrome? Nichrome. I think we're making nichrome already. Hope we're making it already. If we're not, it's not going to be terribly difficult to, like, add to the system. But I'm pretty sure, yeah. Yep, we are making it. We should have probably a stack of it. Not quite. That worries me. But we have, yeah, we have some. This is probably just waiting on nickel. Yep. It's waiting on nickel, and is nickel still just kind of sad? Yeah, nickel is just still kind of sad. Alright, that's fine. We will get some nichrome here, and that's all that matters. As long as we can get what we need. Not too concerned. So... we have... what is this? This is going to be 5 FTS reactors. Okay. Yep, 5 of them. And this is going to do... yeah, light oil... yeah, this is fine. This is fine. This will work. It just took me a second to figure out how to make it work. So let's put this like here. So we're going to have the syngas in. And we're also going to have water in. Figure that out in a second. Then here, we're going to have nichrome in, which is just such a small amount that it doesn't really matter what we do with it. Yeah, each of these uses 0.22. But what I'm thinking is, if we use red inserters... we can reach past the two layers of pipes. There we go. It's not perfect, but it will suffice for our needs. Oh, and these don't quite... Okay, that's fine. My bad. I assumed these were gonna stack one apart. I didn't actually check how big they were. Nope. There. 2, 3. Yeah, that's what we want. 5 of those, and then this can go here. Okay. Now we should be able to fit power poles where we want them. Yes. Output of this is... Did I request the wrong... No, that is the fuel, or the fluid. Surely we should have heaps of syngas available. Oh no, not so much. What am I turning all my syngas into? What am I doing with all my syngas? It worries me when things like this happen. Because, like, I do have a syngas void, but that should be running, like... only when it's void o'clock? Also, where's this train that can't find a path to its destination? Oh, it can't get down here. Oh, there we go. Try again, train. That should fix your problem. Not sure what I'm using all my syngas on. Gonna have to look into that. That is concerning. That is deeply concerning. I expected to have heaps of it. We got this, but I thought I had this set up as a syngas sink. Maybe not, and maybe that's the problem. Is that it's not a void. Yeah, this is not a void. Ooh. So yeah, this just makes hydrogen. Oh, but it only uses it... That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. It only does this as long as we need hydrogen. And our hydrogen is accumulating, and we have other things that make hydrogen as byproducts. So that's okay. It's okay that this isn't a void. I briefly thought it needed to be a void, but it doesn't. It's just that we need more syngas. So... And this is where doing more coal processing is probably finally going to start to be a thing, is if we end up needing a lot more syngas for some part of our... Bop. 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 Okay. And then steam. This case needs a little extra. We need several of the cooling towers, as I recall. Yeah, 3 of them, if YAFC is to be believed. And I probably have 3 of them? I have 3 of them. All right. And then, yeah, we're going to use the same void. And honestly, we could use the same water in as well. Okay, so that'll be the water out, and it does need to be 2 of them for this much, like, throughput. But that is fine. And then here we want... Where can we easily get more than one pump next to each other? If we get rid of this, can we fit, like... Yeah, kinda. That's what I was thinking. We do that. Can I do... There we go. Or 2 in. Then we'll come down here to our double void, wherever that is, outfall. There we go. All right, so that's water in and water out for both of these processing things, and that is fine. We do need to pull the water in across, though. Okay. So we've got syngas. We don't have water. Why not? What did I do wrong? Oh, did I just, like, put this one too high or something? There we go. Water. Sweet. So these are all running now. Now the steam output should be... Yep. Those will run. Those will void. Perfect. And our first fluid pickup, I'm going to do all the fluid pickups on this side. 1, 2, 3. And that'll leave this station here to be combined maybe with these if I want to get one more build tucked in here. It's not really necessary, like space is functionally infinite and all, but it makes me feel better. Let's get also this thing figured out. All right, so we got to bring... All right, that is oleochemicals. Excellent. Now, all we have to do is the light oil output, which is going to be processed down to aromatics and gasoline, which is nothing new for us. We've done this before. And we're going to need to, it looks like, pick up a few tanks and some other ancillary things for this build to be done. That's fine. All right, so what do we have? We have 6 DDCs. Ugh, DDCs are always the worst. Doing... Interesting. Lignin to aromatics. That's a fun one. Light oil to aromatics and gasoline. And as always, yeah, this is atrocious. I think we'll do it like this. With gasoline coming out here. And aromatics like here. And then our input can be right on the top. Okay. Now what we do is we take this whole thing, we rotate it like this way, we plonk it down, I don't know, here. And if I'm lucky, there we go, it all connects. Beautiful. And then we're going to have gasoline as one of our outputs and the aromatics as the other. Nope. There we go. So this is it's a byproduct and it needs void logic. So let's go ahead and just copy and paste first things first to the void logic. And also, because it's a byproduct, it needs the priority signal. I need some batteries so I can make more combinators. Cool, I'll have to grab those. And then this is gasoline. So we'll copy that from wherever we've got gasoline down here. Yeah, which is just this logic. To use this as a fuel. We might need to set up a gasoline void at some point. I am worried that that is going to become a thing. But for now, we will assume that it won't be a problem. All right, so that's aromatics hooked up down there, and then this has got to be gasoline hooked up here. let's grab the tanks that we need and the combinators that we need. Couple of decider combinators, and I guess that's it. I said I wanted to have this station available to be used, and I absolutely built these pipes right over it, but if I do decide I need this station, I can tweak those pipes. That's not a big deal. All right, let's head up to the mall and let's grab the few things that we're going to need for this. And then we'll have to see what it'll take. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to see all of this turn on yet, just because we're still lard constrained. I'm hoping that Trits will be the magic that gets, let's see, batteries I think are down here somewhere. I'm hoping Trits will be the magic that gets us, enough lard. All right, cool. And science is progressing again, which is delightful. And then as soon as we get Trits, we are going to have to... pressurized reef doesn't look too hard to make. Trits themselves are a bunch of DNA samples. Kind of annoying, but we can do them. Codex is fine. Growing them. Seaweed, sea sponges, moondrops. It's just a lot of random crap, right? And that's kind of how it always is with alien life. Yeah, lots of tree seeds and lots of moondrops and seaweed. So these may finally be a forcing function for us to get Moondrop Mark IIs figured out, because goodness knows. How many? 6, 10 is what I need down there. Okay. And we have 10 tanks, so I think that's fine. Yeah, we can head back down. We need more time for the bots to deliver everything to us, but that's... All right. So has this run... Oh, well, I haven't even hooked this up correctly. But the answer is no, this still hasn't gotten a lard delivery, which doesn't surprise me. And then this should have no problem running, though. And making the oodles of the olefins that we need. It is just the oleochemicals on this side that might not happen in the short term, unfortunately. And again, that's just because we're not making enough lard. I could force it. I set the request threshold to 10. Should decide that it can dispatch from here right now. Maybe not. Maybe if I say you're high priority, will that be enough to convince it that it... Yeah, there we go. Oh, nope, that's titanium. Oh, there we go. Now it's been issued. Cool. So we should be able to see oleochemicals here turn on. Olefins is on, but, you know. Oh, we're already up to 11,000, actually. That won't take that long for that to get to enough to deliver to the lubricant plant over here. Because I'd like to see lubricant done, basically. And then afterwards, I think we can look at... oh, we really do need more pure sand. I was just looking at YAFC, kind of deciding what the next moves are. And silicon is pure sand and coal dust. So we're going to need... we're going to need more pure sand. We cannot keep trying to avoid this. We're going to have to figure it out. So that might be doubling our current pure sand production, just in a different format. But seems like... yeah. I'm not happy about that, but I don't really know what else to do about it. So more pure sand is going to have to happen. And, well, yeah, I didn't finish doing this. There we go. And water in. There we go. So that should be... oh, and it needs heat. What part uses heat? Oh, the lignin itself. Okay. I'm hoping we can do that with the burner. And we'll just use wood, because we're already bringing in wood. There we go. That's fine. That is a huge amount of sodium hydroxide. I'm glad I did the huge sodium hydroxide build, because we're going to need it. And then, yeah, tinned cable, we're doing central, because I want to be able to switch the centralized build from this over to... from this over to making it from molten tin and copper in the near future, as soon as we have the better tech. But that needs blue science, so we got to get through all this before we can do that. And then most of the other things here are not... I mean, there's a lot to do still before we get to red circuits. But, like, down at the bottom, we've got several easy builds. We need a bunch of boric acid. Did I see that something else wants diborane? Yeah. So actually, let's pull diborane out into its own thing. So like this diborane build is easy. Like these four things here, diborane, ferrochrome, zinc acetate, silicon, Boric acid is easy. Silicon carbide is relatively easy. Not hugely complicated, at least. Nickel silicon is its own thing, so lots of small builds coming up in the next couple of sessions. But there we go. We're running this. Already up to 2,000. Beautiful. This should be up to basically enough for a delivery, and it is. Oh, look at that. And it is getting it now. So that'll get delivered over here to our lubricant. One of these. Yeah, should come right here. And then we also do have, I guess, a little bit more olefins being produced up here, don't we? Not yet. Not yet. Because fluorine still hasn't overflowed to, fluorine still hasn't overflowed to the fluorine void. So that's fine. It's going to take a little bit longer for that to happen, and then this will just be a, this will supplement what we're making intentionally down here, right? Beautiful. Beautiful. We're just waiting for oleochemicals. I really want to see this turn on. It might not. Let's see what we're at time-wise here. Oh, this is already up to 4,000. This won't take long. All right. Let's poke at YAFC a little while longer, and then we can actually be seeing it running and making... So I think next time, looking at where we're at, we're not going to do this part. We are really close to wanting to do, I think, silicon. So we'll do... the electron grade silicon, which maybe we just do from 3.5. This uses... oh no, that uses 2.5. We use more of it somewhere. Where do we use more electron grade silicon? Oh, MOSFETs. Nope, that's nickel silicon. Oh, it's the regular... oh, of course, it goes to the nickel silicon. Duh. So yeah, silicon has to be separate. So we'll do silicon, all of this stuff, and then the electronic grade silicon is... I mean, this looks like... oh, this fully loops. It's hydrogen and it's HCl. I don't think I had appreciated that. Okay. So we do need to bring in a little bit of hydrogen chloride just to bootstrap the system. But after that, it fully loops. So that's great. It also outputs a little bit of these ores. So like this silicon processing is going to stink. And then, other than that... I think silicon wafers are straightforward. And then, obviously, we'll upgrade that when we get blue science. And once we have silicon wafers, we should be able to get all of the different silicon doping whatevers running. We'll just... we kind of have to split the various pathways here, because again, when we start, this is going to be 0, right? And these are going to need to run not a lot, so we'll need to figure out how to make sure that we've got our, like, priority splitters set up so that we make enough of all of the different silicons, N-doped, light and heavy N-doped, as well as light P-doped. But I don't think that'll be too bad. I think that'll be just a few combinators to, like, turn machines on and off at the right times. So let's see how close we got here. Only halfway. Darn! What else can I do before I wrap up the stream so we can all see lubricant turn on? Oh, I know where something is broken. Let's go fix something that's broken. Over at Animal Processing, I had adjusted the station for lard, and the output of spoiled lard into biocrud is wrong now. So if we look at that, yeah, this goes nowhere. So it should be more like that. And I think that'll do the job. Oh, and I actually want to fix, now that we got our first delivery of lard over here that I kind of forced, let's fix our request threshold and our priority. That way this doesn't just keep eating all the lard. I just wanted to get enough in here that we could see this turn on. Alright, so that's fixed. That's easy. Science is running at like 12 SPM, which is what we expect. Let's see. How is this doing? Logi Science is running. Yeah, and it's accumulating the way it's supposed to. Excellent. Over here... Are we out of glassware again? We're out of glassware again. And yet... Wait, we're out of what? I mean... Cool. This is not ideal. I don't really know how to deal if we're not making enough rubber. That's bad. And I'm unsure why it would be the case. Because I thought I used the combined science tab when I figured out how much rubber we need. So, like, we need some up here for these things, which are also not getting it. And we need some for glassware. Oh, but I did just increase my glassware a bunch. And I may not have accounted for rubber in glassware when I did my rubber math. Ooh. Yeah, I think we need more rubber. Shoot. Okay. So this area is probably due for a rebuild then, because it's kind of funky. And we will... Yeah, we're gonna have to expand rubber. That does not make me happy. But maybe we have some better rubber recipes even than when I made this. Alright, let's put that on the to-do list, because that should be a high priority thing, because it's broken. Expand rubber. And then after that, from what we were looking at in YAFC, really we want to just be working on the dependencies of silicon processing. So that's like silicon, zinc acetate, electron grade silicon, wafers, diborane. The boric acid is apparently used later on for other things. But what I'm gonna say is silicon processing dependencies, and hope that I remember what that means. Meanwhile, over here... Oh, don't tell me we ran out of lard without enough. Alright, well, we're not turning on lube. I don't want to wait for more lard to show up and for all of this to run, so I think we're going to say, we're going to call it here. Thanks very much, everybody, for tuning in. It's really appreciated. And thanks very much for everyone who watches on YouTube as well. And if you're watching on YouTube and want to watch live, there is a link to my Twitch down below in the doodly-doo. We'll be back with more Pyanodons probably on Thursday. And tomorrow, Wednesday, is a Kerbal Space Program day. So looking forward to everybody tuning in for those. I'll see y'all in the next one.